Chapter 284. In the Heavenly Cloud auction house, the old man was currently holding up the final Void Lightning Pool invitation. His deep eyes swept across the entire auction house. After a few breaths, he shouted, "The final round of the auction, the Void Lightning Pool invitation, begins now." Whoosh! Although the requirements for the auction of the Void Lightning Pool invitation were extraordinary, it did not stop the half-emperors from feeling excited. A portion of them were hesitantly rubbing the storage rings on their hands. There might be Emperor-grade pill formulas or Emperor-grade pills in those rings. Those were all items that could be auctioned off for the Void Lightning Pool invitation. However, it was also because of this that these people were even more hesitant. Even a half-martial monarch wouldn't be able to obtain monarch-grade pills or pill recipes so easily. At this moment, those who possessed emperor-grade pills or pill formulas had all exchanged their blood for them. Some might even have risked their lives in order to obtain them. In short, although they possessed emperor-grade pills or pill formulas that made people envious, they had not obtained them easily. It was also because of this that they treasured the treasures in their hands even more. Although the Void Lightning Pool invitation was extremely tempting, at the same time, they were also aware of the importance of Emperor-grade pills and pill formulas. Emperor-grade pills were miraculous and could allow a half-emperor to recover in the shortest amount of time. In the face of Emperor-grade pills, it was not an exaggeration to say that the dead could be reborn. At the side of the auction house, MOD and the other half-emperors were indifferent to this. Yen Bing and Old Monster who were also not in the mood to care. This was a matter between Muhan and MOD. Naturally, there was no need for them to interfere. If it did not concern them, there was no need for them to worry. Although they were currently in the same camp, it was difficult to predict each other's thoughts. If they could ignore it, they would naturally be too lazy to do so. Muhan was not anxious at all. If he wanted to obtain the Void Lightning Pool invitation, with his wealth, he could still take out a few Emperor-grade pills. This could be seen from the pills that he had given to Elder Xian and Old Monster Hu. On the other hand, MOD was patiently waiting for an opportunity. He was waiting for the moment when the Lightning invitation could no longer be auctioned off. At that time, all he needed to do was to take out an Emperor-grade elixir. Regardless of its quality, he would be able to obtain the Lightning invitation at the lowest price. On the auction stage, the old man could not help but frown when he saw that the crowd below had no intention of bidding even though their faces were burning with excitement. He naturally knew that it was impossible for all of them to have an Emperor-grade elixir, but it was also impossible for them to not have one. The reason why no one was bidding now was because they were still hesitating. Everyone, you should know that regardless of whether it is the Emperor-grade elixir or the pill formula, at the end of the day, they are merely worldly possessions. There is no need to mention the Emperor-grade elixir, but even the Emperor-grade elixir can only be used once and can only save you once. The old man's sharp gaze swept across the audience, and his slightly hoarse voice sounded quite infectious. The pill formulas are useless, and the medicinal pills have been used up. At that time, if all of you are faced with a life and death calamity once more, then what will all of you do? In the Yuanwu continent, strength reigned supreme. In the end, whether one lived or died depended on strength. Only the strong had the right to judge his own life and death. What everyone here lacks is not these life-saving pills, but real power. After a domineering shout, the old man's gaze swept across the audience again. Then, he fell silent and did not say anything else. When the crowd heard this, many people seemed to have a sudden epiphany in their hearts. Although the old man's words were for the sake of auctioning off the Lightning invitation, it was undeniable that what he said was not impossible. No matter how good a treasure was, it could only be used for temporary benefits. Only with a powerful cultivation could one stand in an invincible position. Only with powerful strength could one have the confidence to say that one's life was in one's own hands and not in the hands of the heavens. I bid an Emperor-grade elixir. After a moment of silence, a soft clapping sound was finally emitted from the auction ground. Even so, this sound could be considered as a clap of thunder in the auction ground. I bid an Emperor-grade spirit cleansing pill. Humph. So what if it's an emperor-grade elixir? Whether it's good or bad, it still depends on the quality and medicinal properties of the elixir. Your spirit cleansing pill is just an ordinary healing elixir, but this old man has a Daogu pill. It can revive the dead and is a top-grade healing elixir among the emperor-grade elixirs. It's many times better than your elixir. This old man is willing to bid 2 emperor-grade elixirs. I have a scroll of elixir recipes. In an instant, the atmosphere in the auction house became heated once again. In order to fight for the last Void Lightning Pool invitation, everyone took out their trump cards. Various emperor-grade elixirs and emperor-grade elixir recipes appeared one after another, causing many people in the auction house to be dazzled by the variety of items. It was difficult to imagine that an ordinary half-martial emperor, who usually kept a low profile, would actually take out various emperor-tier pill formulas and medicinal pills in succession at this moment. Even MOD couldn't help but feel astonished by this scene. Some of these people had more emperor-grade elixir recipes than MOD, a rank 2 alchemist. This caused MOD to feel awkward in his heart. The competition for the lightning invitation lasted for 4 hours. In the end, a person wrapped in a black robe obtained the final victory by using 4 emperor-grade elixir recipes. However, MOD did not make any moves until now. It was as if he had lost confidence in the final lightning invitation. The old man on the auction stage looked around. When he saw MOD's group, he involuntarily frowned. He was secretly surprised in his heart. Could it be that these people had given up on the lightning invitation? Ha! I used 4 emperor-grade elixir recipes to obtain the lightning invitation. I believe that no one can offer more than me. The black-robed man stood up. His hoarse voice sounded like a skeleton that had crawled out from a grave. His crooked body made people feel a little strange. However, everyone knew that this was probably a deliberate act by the black-robed man to conceal his identity. The black-robed man's words were heard. However, the scene was indifferent. With their financial resources, they really could not take out more than 4 emperor-grade elixir recipes. Ha 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 ha, the Void Lightning Pool invitation is mine. A strange laughter was heard. The black-robed man flipped his palm in the air. A lustrous jade bottle appeared in his delicate palm. The black-robed man's eyes lit up. A cold smile appeared on his face that was covered under the black robe. Then, he waved his sleeve. In a flash, the jade bottle in his hand turned into a streamer and shot into the old man's palm. The old man opened the jade bottle and took a whiff of the elixir fragrance that was emitted. He nodded his head in surprise. These 4 emperor-grade elixir recipes were the best among the emperor-grade elixir recipes. Ha 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 ha, old man, let's make the final decision. Today's lightning invitation is mine. Chapter 285. When the old man heard this, he turned to look at MOD again. However, he saw that MOD's face was solemn and his hands were twirling under his sleeves. He was hesitant about the 4 emperor-grade elixir pills that the black-robed man had offered. Although he did not have 4 emperor-grade elixir pills, MOD had the emperor-grade elixir pill formula. Needless to say, the value of the emperor-grade elixir pill formula was incomparable to the emperor-grade elixir pill formula. If MOD was willing, he could take out 2 emperor-grade elixir pill formulas to obtain the lightning invitation. However, he was hesitant about who the black-robed man was. After the incident with the attendant outside the VIP room, MOD had a strange feeling when he looked at the hunchback man. Mu-Han frowned. He had the same feeling as MOD. However, he also knew that he had to obtain the Void Lightning Pool invitation. If he lost the Void Lightning Pool invitation, he could only turn his attention to Zhang Hao, who was beside Yan Bing. However, time waits for no one. MOD did not have the time to think about the black-robed man's identity. The old man on the auction stage spoke again. Since that's the case, I hereby announce that the invitation to the Void Lightning Pool will be, wait. Before the old man could finish his sentence, MOD could not help but interrupt him. I am willing to take out 2 emperor-grade elixir pills and 1 emperor-grade elixir pill formula. I believe that you should know the value of the Emperor-grade elixir pill formula. The old man raised his eyebrows. If that was the case, the 4 Emperor-grade elixir pills would not be comparable to MOD's elixir pill formula. I will add one more. 5 Emperor-grade elixir pills. MOD's advantage was lost once again. The black-robed man did not seem to care about the Emperor-grade elixir pills. MOD's heart sank. 5 Emperor-grade elixir pills. Where did the black-robed man get his confidence from? Only a fool would exchange 5 Emperor-grade elixir pills for the Void Lightning Pool invitation. Ha, this gentleman is willing to take out 5 Emperor-grade elixir pills. If that is the case, then, I will take out 4 Emperor-grade elixir pills and 1 Emperor-grade elixir pill formula. That should be enough. Sire, if you are willing to add one more, this old man will give up the Void Lightning Pool invitation. The 4 Emperor-grade elixirs were all that MOD had. As for the Emperor-grade elixir formula, although it was precious, MOD could still afford it. At the very least, other than the elixir formula itself, MOD had already engraved the refining method of the elixir formula in his heart. As MOD's voice sounded, the black-robed man's face, which was hidden under the black robe, revealed a mocking smile. When MOD's voice sounded, a hoarse voice immediately followed. I don't want it. These 3 simple words caused MOD to be stunned. He did not expect that the black-robed person would actually choose to give up in the face of his increase in price. MOD sneered when he saw the black-robed man give up decisively. Competing in alchemy in front of an alchemist was like displaying one's slight skill in front of an expert. However, in the blink of an eye, MOD suddenly reacted. The expression on his old face instantly turned gloomy. He had actually used 4 Emperor-grade elixir pills and 1 Emperor-grade elixir pill formula. These Emperor-grade elixir pill formulas were enough to command several half-emperors at the same time to auction off the Void Lightning Pool invitation that could only be used once by one person. One should know that the value of 1 Emperor-grade elixir pill formula and 4 Emperor-grade elixir pills far exceeded the value of the Void Lightning Pool invitation. Ha, Master MOD is willing to use 4 Emperor-grade elixir pills and 1 Emperor-grade elixir pill formula to auction off this Void Lightning Pool invitation. I wonder if anyone is willing to increase the bid. On the auction stage, the old man was grinning from ear to ear as he looked at the crowd below with narrowed eyes. This time around, it was as if the group of half-martial emperors had discussed this beforehand. After a while, not a single one of them made a bid. The old man smiled and nodded. His deep eyes slowly swept across the crowd. In the end, they landed on MOD, who was standing at the side of the auction house. He then opened his mouth and laughed. Congratulations to Master MOD for successfully obtaining the last Void Lightning Pool invitation. Although the auction house's rule was to keep the identity of the auctioneer a secret, MOD and the others were standing there openly. Naturally, no one would be unfamiliar with them. Naturally, there was no need to keep it a secret. As for snatching the items from them, that was naturally even more impossible. Therefore, when the old man spoke, he did not have the slightest scruple. His voice was not loud, but it reverberated throughout the entire auction house. In an instant, the crowd below the stage began to whisper. They looked at MOD as if they were looking at a fool. That was 4 Emperor-grade medicinal pellets and a scroll of Emperor-grade medicinal pellet recipes. Using so many things in exchange for a Void Lightning Reservoir invitation, the person who would do such a thing was either extremely wealthy and had no lack of Emperor-grade medicinal pellet recipes, or extremely stupid. Obviously, although MOD was a rank 2 alchemist, he was definitely not the former. After all, even a rank 2 alchemist could not casually take out so many Emperor-grade elixir pills. Hearing the mocking and ridiculing voices from the surroundings, MOD's heart burned with anger. He originally thought that he could resolve this matter with 1 or 2 elixir pills. Who knew that a black-robed man would suddenly appear in the end? Not only did he force him to take out all his Emperor-grade elixir pills, he even threw in an Emperor-grade elixir pill formula. This made him extremely depressed. MOD stood there with a gloomy face. Due to the anger in his heart, Mod's breathing had become abnormally heavy. This also reflected the anger in his heart. When he turned to look, Mod's eyes narrowed slightly. The black-robed man was about to turn and leave the auction house. This made Mod somewhat unhappy. Do you think you can run away? He's just a one-star half-martial emperor. Beside Mod, Mu Han, who had been silent and motionless, finally displayed the confidence of an expert at this crucial moment. He turned his gaze and looked at old monster who was beside Yan Bing, and said in an indifferent tone, "Follow him. Wait until he leaves the auction house before you deal with him. Remember, you must first find out his identity." Old monster who frowned slightly. As an 8-star half-martial emperor, when had he ever been treated with such an attitude? Could it be because he was the weakest among the three of them? When he thought of this, old monster who could not help but sneer in his heart. This world was truly a dog-eat-dog world. If you don't eat others, others will eat you. At the same time, a ball of fury involuntarily rose in old demon Hu's heart. However, it was discovered by Yan Bing, who had been secretly observing by the side. She held him down and shook her head in a manner that was undetectable. Only then did old demon Hu take a step back with a dissatisfied expression. His body gradually distorted and disappeared from the auction house at this moment. Seeing that old monster who had left, Mu Han let out a disdainful snort. He then turned his gaze to Mod. His eyes were filled with a mysterious smile as he looked at the latter. After that, he withdrew his gaze and became silent again. Cuckoo, everyone, the auction this time around has unknowingly been going on for 6 days. The old me dares to guarantee that this auction will definitely be the longest and the grandest auction in the past 100 years. After the dust settled on the final lightning invitation, the old man on the auction stage finally laughed out loud and shouted. However, his words had just sounded, and before everyone's emotions could be stirred, the old man once again opened his mouth. According to the old me's thoughts, I think that everyone seated here will return with a full load during these 6 days. High-class chi methods, Do techniques, and even natural treasures. There will be an innumerable number of them during these 6 days. Most of them can be considered the most valuable treasures in the cultivation world. Being able to appear in this auction is a kind of fate. It can also be considered an opportunity for everyone seated here. Of course, we still have to thank the organizer of this auction. The old man's gaze swept over everyone in the auction ground below. The tone of his voice became increasingly excited from low to high, causing the people below the stage to also cry out repeatedly. At the end of his words, the old man paused for a moment. The hand under the old man's sleeves was suddenly extended. He opened his palm and pointed to the empty space beside him. After which, he cried out in a stern voice. "Our Mr. Yan Xiao." After his voice sounded, Xiao Yan's body also slowly appeared in the empty space beside him. Chapter 286. Xiao Yan's appearance had once again caused the entire auction ground to become lively. Additionally, the old man was instigating things by the side. Although the auction had already ended at this moment, the atmosphere in the place was still extremely high. Xiao Yan merely smiled faintly in response to this. He received the spatial lightning reservoir invitation from the old man. His eyes turned and looked at Mod's group. He did not hesitate as he took a step forward and walked over. Xiao Yan was only able to clearly see Mod's gloomy expression when he approached. In this somewhat dim environment, Mod's gloomy expression seemed to have merged into one with his surroundings. Xiao Yan coldly laughed in his heart. He was unconcerned about this. He had seen many such people. He had even seen such an expression thousands of times. There was no need for him to see it once or twice. Haha, I heard that Grandmaster Mod used 4 D-tier medicinal pills and an D-tier pill formula as the price in order to bid for this lightning invitation of mine. TSK, it must be said that Grandmaster Mod is indeed worthy of being a rank 2 alchemist. If we were to compare our wealth, I am still worlds apart from you. Humph. Yan Xiao, I will temporarily hand those things over to you for safekeeping. When the time comes, the old me will naturally take back the principal along with interest. At that time, the old me will make sure that you will not be able to bear the consequences. Mod immediately let out a cold snort when he heard Xiao Yan's provocative words. His aura did not lose out at all. Xiao Yan laughed softly. Soon after, his expression changed slightly. His eyes instantly turned towards Muhan beside Mod. At this moment, the latter was staring at Xiao Yan with an icy cold face. His dense cold gaze caused the circulating dou qi within his body to involuntarily become sluggish. Muhan withdrew his gaze. He was too lazy to bother with Xiao Yan. Out of sight, out of mind. Hence, he simply closed his eyes. Only then did Xiao Yan relax his body with perspiration appearing on his forehead. This Muhan was indeed worthy of being a 9-star half-emperor. Just a gaze from him was enough to cause him to feel so exhausted. The difference between him and Yan Bing, who was only 1 star weaker, was like the difference between heaven and earth. Xiao Yan once again looked at Mod. However, he saw that the latter's eyes were also filled with fear when he looked at Muhan. Xiao Yan narrowed his eyes. After all, these people were not on the same side. Even though they were now in the same boat because of Mod, they had never let go of their mutual suspicions. Oh, Master Mod, please. This is the invitation to the Void Lightning Pool that you won. Xiao Yan said in an indifferent tone as he extended his fair hand in front of Mod and held the Void Lightning Pool invitation between his fingers. When Mod, who was carefully observing Muhan, heard this, his expression changed instantly. Xiao Yan sneered. Mod was even more nervous about Muhan than he was. Mod, who had regained his senses, glared at Xiao Yan. The coldness in his eyes was self-evident. Xiao Yan, on the other hand, was indifferent. He had never taken Mod seriously. Since I have won the bid, I will not go back on my word. Why are you so anxious? Mod's face was gloomy. His sinister eyes stared at Xiao Yan like a wolf. His voice was hoarse because of the anger in his heart. Xiao Yan parted his mouth and smiled. He ignored Mod's eyes, which seemed to want to devour a person. He chuckled and said, "Haha, I am not an impatient person. I also know that Master Mod will not do such a despicable act. However, I have a longing for the Emperor-grade elixir and the Emperor-grade elixir formula. If I can obtain them as soon as possible, it will naturally be better." You are really sharp-tongued. Mod was furious. Sparks shot out from his eyes as he reprimanded Xiao Yan. Take it. With a wave of his sleeve, Mod snatched the lightning invitation from Xiao Yan's hand. A stream of light wrapped in fighting qi shot towards Xiao Yan's face. Xiao Yan's eyes narrowed slightly when he saw this. This Mod was really ruthless. If he did not receive it well, the elixir in the jade bottle would be destroyed. Fortunately, with Xiao Yan's current strength, he did not care about this little trick of a 3-star half-martial emperor. Xiao Yan waved his sleeve. Fighting qi surged, and his robe fluttered in the wind. He rolled up his sleeve and sucked the stream of light into his sleeve. Under the support of the dou qi, this soft and weak robe actually became incomparably tough. After the dou qi that wrapped around the jade bottle was completely exhausted and destroyed, Xiao Yan's robe was still completely undamaged. Mod, who saw this scene with his own eyes, could not help but feel a chill in his heart. He did not expect Xiao Yan to be so fierce. However, when Xiao Yan held the jade bottle in his hand and examined it, he confirmed that there were indeed 4 emperor-grade elixirs. Moreover, under Xiao Yan's investigation, the elixir he wanted to see the most was also among them. This made Xiao Yan feel slightly relieved. But then, Xiao Yan turned his gaze to Mod again. His face turned cold as he sneered and said, "You are really ruthless. Didn't you just say that you would leave these things with me for the time being? Aren't you afraid that you will destroy them?" Hee, if they are really destroyed, then I will just throw them away. They are just small things. Mod looked unusually indifferent. He just wanted to test Xiao Yan's strength. He did not expect that he was really as terrifying as the rumors said. His real strength was far beyond his cultivation on the surface. Humph, I don't care whether you don't care or not. You only handed over 4 emperor-grade elixirs. Where is the elixir recipe? Mod sneered and said, do you really think that I am a fool? Do you really think I'm stupid? The Void Lightning Pool invitation is not worth that much. I've already given you 4 emperor-grade medicinal pills. That's already my biggest concession. Don't push your luck. Xiao Yan narrowed his eyes. Mod was really shameless. He wanted to deny what he had just said in the blink of an eye. However, Xiao Yan did not care about him. He looked at Mod disdainfully and said with a mocking smile. 4 emperor-grade pills and 1 emperor-grade pill formula. You said it yourself. Don't tell me that you're going to deny it in the blink of an eye after saying it in front of everyone. Mod frowned. Although it was a little difficult, he was still reluctant to hand over the elixir recipe. After all, it was his life's work. It took him more than half of his life to accumulate it. How could he give it away in a moment? Hee, it seems that Master Mod is really stubborn. Since that's the case, let me tell everyone here about you, Mod. Before Xiao Yan could finish his sentence, Mu Han, who was standing beside Mod, suddenly opened his eyes. He stared sharply at Mod and said in a domineering tone. No matter what, the right to use the Void Thunder Pool invitation was in Mu Han's hands. He did not want to be called a despicable person because of this. As for Mod's elixir recipe, he could not be bothered with it. He only cared about himself. Mod was facing the thousands of people on Xiao Yan's side and Mu Han's oppressive aura. He immediately became terrified. Mod helplessly threw a scroll of the D-tier pill formula that he had collected to Xiao Yan. Only then did he cease speaking with a depressed heart. There was only fury in his heart. Mu Han was clearly on his side. Why did he actually stand up and speak for Xiao Yan at such a moment? Chapter 287. At the same time that Xiao Yan received the Emperor Tier pill formula from Mod's hands in the auction house, 2 mysterious human figures also left the auction house one after another. These 2 people were the black-robed man who had fought with Mod for the lightning invitation at the auction, and old demon who had followed behind him. After the black-robed man left the auction house, he hurriedly entered a small alley. His footsteps were light and quick, as though he was hiding from something. However, he also maintained a constant distance from the human figure who was following closely behind him, such that the latter would not lose him. Old demon who was following closely behind the black-robed man, involuntarily frowned when he sensed this. However, immediately after, the corner of his mouth revealed a smile of understanding. His body moved and he leaped forward to give chase. Just like this, one chased while the other hurried. The 2 human figures tacitly maintained a distance of 100 feet between them. Old demon who was not anxious. His toes continuously tapped on the ground as his body shot forward and followed closely behind. A moment later, old demon who saw that the end of the alley was a dead end. His calm face finally revealed a smile. The 2 human figures gradually paused their footsteps in unison. Old demon who narrowed his eyes as he looked at the black-robed man who was 100 feet away from him. The corner of his mouth gradually lifted into a smile. He crossed his arms over his chest and laughed. Why aren't you running anymore? The black-robed man gently shook his head when he heard this. His hoarse voice was slowly emitted. You have already obtained the lightning invitation. Why are you still not letting me go? Old demon who involuntarily laughed when he heard this. The corner of his mouth lifted into a disdainful arc. He looked at the black-robed man opposite him with a mocking smile and said coldly, You have lured the old me here. Why do you need to be so secretive? The others may not recognize you, but the old me can recognize that you are Yan Xiao. The black-robed man's expression involuntarily changed when these words were uttered. Surprise rose in his heart. Fortunately, with the cover of the black robe, old demon who could not see the change in his expression. Ha, you think too highly of me. That Yen Shao is a 3-star half-martial emperor. At this moment, he is still in the auction house. As for me, I am merely a 1-star half-martial emperor. How can I be Yen Shao? The pair of eyes under the black robe slowly narrowed into a thin line. The hoarse voice once again rang out. That voice caused one's heart to tremble. Doppelganger, the expression under the black robe instantly changed, and he frowned. He slowly raised his calm eyes and stared at old weirdo who. Clone, you are Yen Xiao's clone. I have seen that clone once before. His strength is that of a 1-star half-martial emperor. Yet, after you discovered that I was following you, you did not run away and instead deliberately led me here. This means that you are also very curious about me. Why did I not attack you the moment you left the auction house? Old weirdo who stared at the black-robed man with a look of certainty. He had already determined that the black-robed man before him was definitely Xiao Yan. Ha! This time, a clear and faint laugh came from under the black robe. This caused the smile on old monster whose face to gradually become wider. I did not expect that I would still be recognized even though I have dressed up like this. I must say that your observation is really meticulous. If it was not for you, no one would be able to guess that I am Yen Shao. Xiao Yan, who was under the black robe, took off the hat on his head with one hand, revealing a delicate and pretty face. Although he had been recognized, he did not appear to be at a loss. In any case, the auction had already ended. Even if MOD and the others knew that he was Xiao Yan, it was already too late. In addition, there was no evidence to prove that the black-robed man who had appeared in the auction house was Xiao Yan. Hence, they could not do anything to Xiao Yan. Furthermore, Xiao Yan was currently accompanying MOD and the others in the auction house. Everyone present could testify that MOD could not do anything to Xiao Yan. Ha, indeed, although he already knew the answer in his heart, old weirdo who could not help but laugh when he saw Xiao Yan appear. Xiao Yan also smiled faintly when he heard this. He did not say anything unnecessary and went straight to the point. Tell me, why didn't you make a move after following me for so long? They must have a motive for letting you follow me. Old weirdo whose lips curled into a smile as he stared at Xiao Yan. However, he did not answer the question and chuckled softly. Do you know why Yan Bing and Mu Han wanted to attack you? Xiao Yan raised his eyebrows as he smiled faintly. He looked at old weirdo who with a slightly surprised gaze and said, Is it not because of MOD? Old weirdo sneered when he heard this and said, Yes and no. Xiao Yan narrowed his eyes. Although he had some guesses in his heart regarding this question, he still wanted to hear the most accurate answer. Although the killing intent in Yan Bing's eyes was not as intense as Mu Han's when he faced you, I believe that you were able to tell. The reason why he helped MOD deal with you was because you killed 2 of his capable subordinates. As far as I know, those 2 men died without even leaving behind their corpses. When old weirdo who finished speaking, the expression in Xiao Yan's eyes immediately froze. He understood in his heart. How could old weirdo who not know when old weirdo who had already said so much? Fang Sun and Wang Qi. Old weirdo who chuckled as he stared at Xiao Yan with his bright eyes. The meaning in his eyes was self-evident. When Xiao Yan saw old weirdo who's gaze, he nodded thoughtfully in his heart. Then, he seemed to have thought of something. He raised his gaze and looked at old weirdo who opposite him. The reason why Mu Han attacked me was because of the formation master that I casually killed that day. It was Wu Mahui, Mu Han's only disciple. His most beloved disciple died in your hands. Naturally, he would not let you go. Xiao Yan's voice had just sounded when the words from old demon whose mouth were spat out. This caused Xiao Yan to immediately be enlightened. The doubts in his heart were also completely resolved at this moment. However, as these questions were answered, a new question arose in Xiao Yan's heart. But why are you telling me this? The 2 of us are not on the same side. Don't tell me that you betrayed MOD and want to help me instead. Xiao Yan's eyes stared intently at old demon who as he spoke with a cold expression. Ha, that is the truth. Men die for wealth, and birds die for food. I don't want to be a fool. Xiao Yan sneered and said, if you take someone's money, then you have to help them. Who would dare to kill you? MOD. Old weirdo who shook his head with disdain. He really did not care about MOD. Among the few of them, the only one that could make him take MOD seriously was not Yen Bing, but Mu Han. He wouldn't dare, but Mu Han would. MOD is an idiot. He provoked Mu Han, the king of hell. Sooner or later, he will have to pay the price. Old weirdo who narrowed his eyes. It was as if he had already seen MOD's death. A greedy man is like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. If one wanted to obtain something, he had to fight for it himself. Blindly relying on others would only lead him into the abyss. MOD was like this. He wants to use Mu Han to get rid of you and obtain the heavenly flame in your body. Humph. However, he forgot that Mu Han is a 9-star half-martial emperor. Wu Mahui's death was planned by him. How could Mu Han let him go? I'm afraid that he will be the first to die in the end. With Mu Han's evil heart, he will definitely swallow us one by one. Old weirdo who said with a gloomy face. His words were filled with disdain for MOD and the others. However, when he mentioned Mu Han, his face would involuntarily reveal a fearful expression. Xiao Yan laughed coldly in his heart. Although this group of people had come together in order to deal with Xiao Yan, they did not have the slightest trust between them. This kind of group might appear extremely strong on the surface, but it had actually already fallen apart. Chapter 288. Outside of the Heavenly Cloud auction house, in an empty alley, two figures were standing face to face. Ha, since you don't trust Mu Han, why don't you just leave? Why bother looking for me? After hearing old eccentric Hu's words, Xiao Yan could not help but sneer. His tone was filled with ridicule. Hee, like I said earlier, I came here for money. I helped MOD because he was able to pay me before. Now that the situation has changed, I naturally cannot lose out too much. Old eccentric Hu looked at Xiao Yan and revealed an evil smile on his face. His appearance was that of a vile person. Xiao Yan slightly nodded his head and narrowed his eyes. He did not dare to underestimate old eccentric Hu in front of him. Being able to cultivate to an 8-star half-martial emperor was already extremely difficult. However, old eccentric Hu was still able to be so cautious. It was not difficult to see that his future might not be inferior to Mu Han's. In the narrow alley, the two figures looked at each other. After a long while, they both burst into laughter. After the laughter, Xiao Yan's expression quickly returned to normal. He smiled and said, if you want to change bosses, that is naturally not a problem. After saying this, old eccentric Hu appeared to be a lot calmer. He knew that Xiao Yan still had something else to say. Xiao Yan also smiled in tacit understanding. He raised his gaze and stared at old eccentric Hu. Only then did he continue to speak. However, the problem is, how can I trust you? Based on what you said to me earlier, it was all within my expectations. If you want me to trust you, you must take out something that is sufficient to convince me. Hearing these words, old eccentric Hu laughed softly. His gaze was also fixed on Xiao Yan. He said, of course, there are things that I can't really talk about. If you are talking about substantial things, this old man is naturally unable to take them out. The only thing I can tell you is that other than the four of us that you have met this time, there is also a 7-star half-martial emperor in Muzhuang. Hearing those words, Xiao Yan immediately started to frown. Never would he have imagined that these people would actually hold back in order to deal with him. Although they were not 8-star half-martial emperors, they were still people capable of overturning the entire battle. Thus, Xiao Yan could not ignore them. Thus, Xiao Yan could only hope that the strength of that 7-star half-martial emperor was not what he had imagined it to be. As if he had seen through Xiao Yan's thoughts, before the expression on Xiao Yan's face changed, old monster who grinned and poured a bucket of cold water over his head. That 7-star half-martial emperor possesses the strength of a peak late-stage half-martial emperor. He is merely a step away from breaking through to 8-star half-martial emperor. As long as he enters the void lightning pool, he will definitely break through to 8-star half-martial emperor. At that time, you will not only be facing the three of us. Xiao Yan's expression was grave as he nodded. There was no need for old demon Hu to remind him of this. Once the other party had an additional 8-star half-martial emperor, this kind of frightening reinforcement would have a suppressive effect on the battle. Moreover, there was also Yan Bing, who was also a peak 8-star half-martial emperor. Once the two of them made a breakthrough, even if Xiao Yan had also broken through to a 4-star half-martial emperor, he would definitely not be a match for them even if he were to add his abilities. Old monster whose reminder allowed Xiao Yan to foresee the overall strength of MOD's side. This also allowed him to make some preparations before entering the lightning pool. Only by knowing one's own strength and one's enemy could one be undefeated. If it wasn't for old monster whose words today, Xiao Yan would have truly believed that the other side only had 3 high-level half-martial emperors. Once that was the case, when the lightning pool opened, MOD and the others would catch them unprepared. This would cause Xiao Yan's side to fall into a disadvantageous position. Thus, to the current Xiao Yan, these words of old monster who were undoubtedly helpful. Since you've said so much, let's talk about your conditions. Xiao Yun withdrew his thoughts and his gaze once again landed on old monster who. He did not believe that this fellow before him would reveal this information to him for free. Old monster who grinned and his scarlet tongue licked his lips. Soon after, he raised his gaze and slowly said, "You're really straightforward. It's much easier than MOD. I won't say much. For emperor-grade medicinal pills. This old man guarantees that I won't attack you when the time comes." Once these words were spoken, Xiao Yan immediately frowned. His eyes narrowed into a thin line as he stared at old monster who with a pair of sharp eyes. However, old monster who acted as if it was nothing. "You really want to be the Oriole," Xiao Yan said in an indifferent tone. Old monster who sneered and fearlessly stared at Xiao Yan. He sneered and said, "Ha ha ha, it's just a mere worldly possession." "Ha, they are merely worldly possessions. Why do you need to care so much? With your current wealth, you do not lack these things. Moreover, if I were to take action at that time, you would not even be able to keep your life. What can you do with these medicinal pills? For emperor-grade medicinal pills in exchange for your life. This is a very worthwhile deal." Xiao Yan stared at old monster who and sneered. He stretched out his hand and casually clenched his fist in the air in front of him. With a flash of light, a jade bottle appeared in Xiao Yan's hand. This was the jade bottle that Xiao Yan had thrown to the old man at the auction house. It contained 4 emperor-grade medicinal pills. Old monster whose eyes lit up when he saw this. Greed shot out from his eyes. "Ha, the reward that MOD promised you is probably only half of what you asked from me. For emperor-grade medicinal pills. You're really asking for too much." Old demon whose expression instantly changed when Xiao Yan's words were uttered. However, before he could open his mouth, Xiao Yan quickly opened his mouth and said, "For emperor-grade medicinal pills are enough for me to find 2 high-level half-step emperors to protect me outside. Moreover, they will definitely go all out to protect me. So, why do you think you should ask for 4 emperor-grade medicinal pills?" Old monster whose face changed. Xiao Yan was right. For emperor-grade medicinal pills were indeed enough to hire 2 high-level half-step emperors outside. However, if Xiao Yan only gave him 2 emperor-grade medicinal pills as a reward, he would be somewhat unwilling to accept it. Old monster whose face was gloomy. His tightly knitted brows were constantly relaxed and knitted together. After a long while, he sighed helplessly and looked at Xiao Yan with a frown, saying, 3 emperor-grade medicinal pills. 3 emperor-grade pills. That's the only concession I can make. If you're still not willing to accept my offer, then there's no need to talk about our deal. Okay, I can give you 3 emperor-grade medicinal pills. However, you have to promise me one thing." As soon as Old Monster Who finished speaking, Xiao Yan continued to speak. This made Old Monster Who had just recovered, frown again. Xiao Yan ignored him. After pausing for 2 seconds, he continued to speak. "I can't possibly give you 3 emperor-grade medicinal pills for nothing just because I'll find out about it sooner or later. Therefore, I want you to help me once when we're fighting. If you're unwilling to do so, we'll just forget about this deal. At most, we'll fight to the death and you won't get anything." This time, Old Monster Who lowered his head. His face was somewhat gloomy. "Boy, are you threatening me? I'm just making a request." Xiao Yan looked at Old Monster Who calmly. His eyes were as calm as an ancient well. There was no flaw in his expression. The two of them remained silent as they looked at each other. Neither of them spoke first. For a moment, the two of them were surrounded by silence, and their foreheads were already covered with dense beads of sweat. Whoever lost his cool first would be the first to lose. The result would be decided by the other party. Imperceptibly, the heartbeats of the two became faster and faster as time passed. The violent heartbeats could be heard clearly within 10 steps of the two of them. Under such circumstances, the surrounding atmosphere gradually became heavy. Drip, bean-sized beads of sweat fell on a stone between Old Monster Who's feet. More sweat flowed down along the dense wrinkles on his old face. Another drop of sweat dripped down. On Xiao Yan's side, the same thing was happening. "Forget it. Since you are not willing, I will not force you. However, I feel that what you said to me today is a good reason. Once the two of you have an internal conflict, I think that it will collapse on its own. At that time, it will save me a lot of trouble." Retracting his gaze, Xiao Yan seemed to have given up decisively. He could not be bothered with Old Monster Who. He turned around and was about to leave. When Old Monster Who saw this, his expression changed. He did not expect Xiao Yan to be so ruthless. After failing to cooperate, he wanted to harm him. Then, he thought about Mu Han's ruthlessness. Looking at Xiao Yan and the 3 emperor-grade elixir pills in front of him, Old Monster Who's attitude finally softened. "I promise you. If there is a need, I will take action. However, I will only take action once. After the lightning pool is out, we will not owe each other anything." "Great." Before Old Monster Who could finish his words, Xiao Yan turned around and looked at Old Monster Who with a smile. Old Monster Who could only sigh helplessly. He originally wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to gain some benefits. However, he did not expect that he would be forcefully pulled into the boat by Xiao Yan. When Old Monster Who saw Xiao Yan's victorious smile, he sneered in his heart. "Even without me, a 9-star half-martial emperor is not someone who can be defeated by numbers alone. Whether I can deal with it or not, we'll see when the time comes. I only hope that when the time comes, you won't think of betraying me. Otherwise, I'll make sure you die a horrible death. Trust me." Xiao Yan smiled faintly. His eyes were fixed on Old Monster Who. A heavenly flame appeared in the depths of his eyes. The threat in his words was undeniable. When Old Monster Who saw this, he was secretly shocked. From his tone, it did not seem like he was lying. With Xiao Yan's reputation, Old Monster Who was certain that Xiao Yan was not lying to him. When Old Monster Who thought of this, he was shocked. He could not help but feel a chill in his heart. Chapter 289. With the end of the auction, everyone left one after another. Xiao Yan chatted with Luo Jin and the others for a long time before leaving the auction house by himself and returning to the Alchemist Guild. As the chief alchemist of the Alchemist Guild and the champion of the Alchemist competition, Xiao Yan had only been to the Alchemist Guild 3 or 4 times despite being a member of the Alchemist Guild. Even the few times he had entered the Alchemist Guild were unknown to outsiders. As a result, Xiao Yan's swaggering entrance to the Alchemist Guild alarmed many of the other alchemists in the Alchemist Guild. Even though these people had seen Xiao Yan before, most of them had only seen him from afar and couldn't see him clearly. Now that Xiao Yan was walking so close to the Alchemist Guild, many of them quickly rushed over after hearing the news. When everyone saw Xiao Yan, the renowned Class 2 alchemist in the ancient city of Wilderness, they couldn't help but feel surprised at how young Xiao Yan was. At such a young age, not only had he cultivated his alchemy skills to such a level, but he was also not at a disadvantage in the field of Doqi. This kind of terrifying growth rate made some of the older half-emperors and alchemists feel ashamed of their inferiority. In a short moment, Xiao Yan was surrounded by a crowd. Many of the younger alchemists fought to shake hands with Xiao Yan or ask some questions about alchemy. Of course, those questions were merely child's play in Xiao Yan's eyes. He gave a brief answer, but it caused those people of the younger generation to be stunned. This was because those questions were not raised by them. Instead, it was a problem that their teacher had been worrying about recently. They did not expect that when it came from Xiao Yan's mouth, it would be solved in a matter of seconds. This really caused them to be extremely surprised. A feeling of worship towards Xiao Yan immediately rose in their hearts. It was also because of this that Xiao Yan was surrounded by people who came to ask questions in a short moment. Although most of these people were from the younger generation of the Alchemist Association, there was no lack of elders with authority in the association. Although their appearance was rather surprising, it didn't affect the fiery atmosphere at the scene. Xiao Yan felt quite surprised in his heart at the association elders who had appeared around him. He did not expect that even they would participate in this fiery large army. In the face of their questions, Xiao Yan was not stingy at all, but at the same time, he also realized that these guys in front of him had endless questions. Xiao Yan suddenly felt helpless. If he continued to answer like this, he was afraid that even if he was given another 10 years, he would not be able to answer all of them. Xiao Yan smiled bitterly in his heart. Then, he hurriedly said a few words. Then, he instantly launched the sky extinction step under his feet. Wind and clouds surged. And, Xiao Yan turned into a gust of wind, and disappeared before everyone's eyes. When everyone saw Xiao Yan's departure, although they felt a little melancholy in their hearts, they didn't complain. After all, those questions should be solved by themselves. Blindly asking others for help was degrading themselves too much. Moreover, Xiao Yan himself also had important matters to attend to. He couldn't possibly waste time here with them. Therefore, after a series of helpless sighs, everyone scattered and left. After a while, Xiao Yan appeared in front of a living room. The door of the living room was wide open. Xiao Yan saw Gu Li and Qi Lin, who were discussing some matters, from afar. Seeing Xiao Yan, the two looked at each other and smiled. But then, they noticed the strange expression on Xiao Yan's face and couldn't help but frown slightly. When Xiao Yan came closer, he also noticed the expressions on their faces. He couldn't help but sigh and say, "Hee hee. The people of the guild are really enthusiastic. I almost didn't get to see the two of you again." Hearing this, the two laughed softly. They immediately understood the meaning of Xiao Yan's words. But then, Gu Li looked at Xiao Yan with a serious expression and said, "I heard that something happened at the auction. Even Mu Han's guy went. Moreover, he represented MOD's side." Xiao Yan nodded and said, "Yes. It was MOD's helper, a 9-star half-martial emperor. But fortunately, the matter has already been resolved. Nothing major happened." Gu Li and Qi Lin had a brief understanding of what happened at the auction and no longer asked about it. However, Mu Han's matter greatly shocked these two 9-star half-martial emperors. Mu Han really wants to represent MOD's side. He is a big shot in the ancient city of Wilderness. How could he be in cahoots with someone like MOD? Qi Lin said with a frown. He clearly felt incomparably astonished. Indeed. Men die for wealth, and birds die for food. However, with Mu Han's experience, MOD shouldn't be able to take out anything that could move his heart, right? Gu Li and Qi Lin glanced at each other and continued to speak. Hearing the words of the two, Xiao Yan closed his eyes and shook his head with a smile. Then, he looked at the two and said, "At first, I also thought that Mod had agreed to some condition. That was why Muhan acted. However, today, old monster who told me the reason. Hearing Xiao Yan's words, Gu Li and Qi Lin immediately frowned. They looked at Xiao Yan with suspicious gazes. Old monster who? That guy was an 8-star half-martial emperor that Mod had spent a great price to invite. How could he possibly reveal information about Mod's side to Xiao Yan? Could it be that there was a trap? Xiao Yan frowned and shook his head. His eyes also revealed an uncertain expression. He hesitated for a moment before opening his mouth to speak. After hesitating for a while, he said, regardless of whether it is true or false, what he said to me today is completely reasonable. Regardless of whether it is Yan Bing or Muhan, the reason why they acted against me was also because of this. In the following time, Xiao Yan roughly told Gu Li and Qi Lin about Fang Sun, Wang Qi, and Wu Mahui, as well as the information that old monster who had told him in the alley. When the two old men heard this, they were extremely shocked. Only now did they know that during the period that Xiao Yan was in the ancient savage city, there were actually things that even they were unaware of that had happened. When the two of them heard that those people had been instigated or recruited by Mod, they couldn't help but be shocked by Mod's viciousness. This Mod was truly unscrupulous in order to achieve his goals. At this moment, the two of them really wished that they could tear Mod into 1,000 pieces and burn his bones to ashes. Why should we let such an alchemist scum stay in this world for long? Qi Lin's heart was filled with anger as he shouted sternly. Under his sleeves, his fists were tightly clenched together, causing his veins to bulge. Compared to Qi Lin, Gu Li was much more steady. He was more far-sighted. At this moment, the first thing that came to his mind was the matter of the void lightning pool. Yan Xiao, once we enter the void lightning pool, we will have to face a 9-star half-martial emperor. Once Yan Bing and that 7-star half-martial emperor break through, the overall strength of Mod's side will increase greatly. At that time, we won't even have the chance to retaliate. Xiao Yan nodded. This was also his biggest concern at this moment. Once Yan Bing broke through, there was no need for the 7-star half-martial emperor to act. Just the 2 9-star half-martial emperors were enough to crush them. Then what should we do? Don't tell me that we can only give up this opportunity to enter the void lightning pool. If that's the case, we will have to wait another 100 years before we can enter the void lightning pool again. 100 years was neither long nor short. In the eyes of true experts, even 100 years or 1,000 years would pass by in the blink of an eye. However, to Gu Li and Qi Lin, it was impossible for them to treat it as nothing. No, we must enter the void lightning pool. However, at that time, we can't just sit there and wait for death. We must strike first and gain the upper hand. While they have just entered and haven't broken through yet, we must take advantage of the fact that there is only one 9-star half-martial emperor. Let's go all out and deal with that 7-star half-martial emperor first. As for Yan Bing, leave her to old freak Hu. Hearing Xiao Yan's words, Gu Li and Qi Lin couldn't help but feel astonished. Xiao Yan usually didn't look like much. They didn't expect him to be so decisive when he did things. Yes, that's right. In this way, Mod's side will have a total of 5 people. Mod won't be able to do anything. Old freak who will turn around and stall Yan Bing. After dealing with that 7-star half-martial emperor, we will have eliminated 4 people in one go. Only Muhan, a 9-star half-martial emperor, is left. Gu Li smiled and nodded. He continued to analyze what Xiao Yan had said. Hearing this, Qi Lin also couldn't help but nod. Indeed, the moment they entered the void lightning pool was the best opportunity for them. As for old freak Hu, although the two of them had their own opinions of him, since Xiao Yan had chosen to believe him, they could only reluctantly accept it. They believed that with Xiao Yan's eyesight, he would be able to determine whether this was true or false. In that case, leave the remaining Muhan to us 2 brothers. Although we are no match for him, if we want to stall him, we should be able to. After all, even if he is a 9-star half-martial emperor, he still wouldn't be able to squash an 8-star half-martial emperor like mud. Hearing this, Xiao Yan nodded. Immediately after, he cupped his hands toward Gu Li and Qi Lin and said respectfully, "In that case, thank you seniors for your help." Faced with Xiao Yan's thanks, Gu Li and Qi Lin lightly smiled and waved their hands. Xiao Yan had saved their alchemist guild. Right now, he had merely helped them to stop a single person. Although that person was a 9-star half-martial emperor, it wasn't a big deal. Chapter 290. After a discussion with Gu Li and Qi Lin, the matter of the void lightning pool was temporarily settled. Now, there was still half a month before the opening of the lightning pool, so Xiao Yan simply stayed in the alchemist guild. Wei Yi had died, and his residence had been completely changed by Gu Li. Xiao Yan was now the chief alchemist of the alchemist guild, so he naturally stayed there. In the following days, everyone knew that Xiao Yan was staying in the guild, and the number of people who came to ask questions suddenly increased. In a small room that was no more than 10 square meters, other than some furniture, there was also a bustling crowd. Outside the door, it was also crowded with people. Faced with this, Xiao Yan did not have any other solution other than being filled with helplessness. Gu Li and Qi Lin may have the intention to help him when they saw this, but there were really too many alchemists who had come to seek advice. It was not appropriate for them to intervene. When Wei Yi was in charge, he was greedy and only wanted to accumulate wealth. When he saw low-level alchemists, he had a disdainful look. If you didn't pay a certain price, he wouldn't care about you. And this also led to the fact that after Wei Yi died in the hands of Xiao Yan, the alchemists in the guild not only didn't have any complaints about Xiao Yan, but they also had a good impression of him. In addition to his current position, such a situation was reasonable. This kind of situation continued for 3 days. On the 3rd day, Xiao Yan was finally unable to endure the invisible bombardment from those alchemists. He hurriedly found Gu Li and told him that he would open a cauldron to refine pills in the Alchemist Association and allow those low-tier alchemists to observe. This method was unexpectedly useful to everyone. Although they didn't refine any more Emperor-grade medicinal pills, the 9th-grade medicinal pills still made the alchemists present extremely excited. Several kinds of 9th-grade pills that were usually extremely difficult to refine, now in the hands of Xiao Yan, all of his movements seemed to be very smooth. From refining the medicinal ingredients to condensing the embryonic pill, to finally forming the pill, this process in Xiao Yan's medicinal cauldron didn't have the slightest pause. Even the speed of refining the medicinal ingredients was more than twice as fast as an ordinary alchemist. This caused everyone to be shocked by his methods. He was indeed a rank 2 alchemist, a terrifying existence that surpassed ordinary 9th-grade alchemists. A 9th-grade pill was actually at his fingertips. The heavenly flame in the medicinal cauldron on the stage was churning, and the crowd below the stage was constantly exclaiming. A 9th-grade pill quickly formed in Xiao Yan's hands, and Xiao Yan's position in everyone's hearts also rapidly rose. In just a few days, Xiao Yan's image in everyone's heart was almost the same as the previous chief alchemists in the past. In fact, he was even better than the current president Gu Li and Qi Lin. "Ha, you have been living in the association these few days, and you have taken all the limelight from us 2 old fellows. Now in the association, I can hear those little brats talking about how exquisite your alchemy skills are all day long, making us 2 old fellows seem so unbearable, ha ha ha." In the hall, Gu Li sat beside Xiao Yan, looked at Xiao Yan with a smile on his face, and said jokingly. When the latter heard this, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. He shook his head and sighed softly, then opened his mouth and said, "If I can let you 2 old fellows have a taste of being confused by the problem, I would rather the 2 of you be in the limelight. Ha 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 ha, forget it. Both of us are old fellows, and we can't withstand the torment like you young fellows." Qi Lin by the side laughed out loud and said. Xiao Yan couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. This was also Wei Yi's sin, but now he had to bear it. Thinking of this, Xiao Yan couldn't help but feel melancholy in his heart. Night. Invisible time passed in the blink of an eye. In the blink of an eye, there was only one night left before the opening of the void lightning pool. At this time, Xiao Yan also put down all the other trivial matters. Now, he was sitting cross-legged on the bed in the room with his eyes closed. At this moment, in the entire room in front of Xiao Yan, whether it was on the table or the floor, as long as it could be placed, there were countless jade bottles densely packed. On the bed, Xiao Yan spread out his palms and waved casually. Strange fire spurted out. After Xiao Yan's soul power control, in a short moment, hundreds of palm-sized beautiful fire lotuses appeared in front of Xiao Yan's eyes. Hundreds of fire lotuses floated in the air like a work of art. The beautiful fire light illuminated the entire room as if it was daytime. Xiao Yan flicked his finger, and the hundreds of fire lotuses immediately shot into the jade bottles below as if they had received an order. During these 2 hours, Xiao Yan repeated this set of actions over 10 times. Those jade bottles that filled the entire room each contained a fire lotus. After doing all this, Xiao Yan finally exhaled gently. With Xiao Yan's current strength, the strength that erupted from the fire lotuses within these fire lotuses was likely not inferior to an ordinary D-class Do technique. This time around, there were over 5,000 fire lotus bottles that he had formed. 5,000 fire lotus bottles. This was equivalent to 5,000 D-class Do techniques. If they were to explode together, that kind of strength was something that even a Ban D would not be able to endure. Xiao Yan would treat all of this as a surprise for MOD when the time came. The next day. Today was the day that the void lightning pool was about to open. Hence, the savage ancient city today was even more lively than usual. When Xiao Yan walked out of the room, he lifted his head and looked at the sky. There were many flowing lights flying across the sky. Those were all Ban D-class experts. Even until today, those Ban D-class experts who did not obtain the Void Lightning Pool invitation had not given up. It was also because today was the day that the Void Lightning Pool would open that those who possessed the Lightning invitation would definitely take it out. Hence, they were waiting for the Lightning invitation to take the bait. Gu Li and Qi Lin were already waiting when he walked to the main hall. The three of them smiled at each other when they saw each other. Without wasting any more time, the three of them walked out of the hall side by side. With a move of their feet, they rushed into the sky. Haha, although those who possess the lightning invitation will gather in my savage ancient city, the actual location where the void lightning pool opens is not in my savage ancient city. Instead, it is located 3,000 miles outside of the savage ancient city, on Gulei Mountain. As the three of them flew, Gu Li explained the location of the void lightning pool to Xiao Yan with a faint smile on his face. Gulei Mountain is a mountain that reaches the sky. It is covered by thunderclouds all year round. The entire mountain contains a large amount of mysterious gold. Mysterious gold has a special attraction effect towards lightning. Hence, it is the best place for lightning-attributed cultivators. It is also because of these reasons that the void lightning pool opens there. Xiao Yan secretly nodded as he listened to Gu Li's explanation. He now had some understanding of the so-called Gulei Mountain. After the three of them left the savage ancient city and flew to the west for around 1,500 kilometers, there was indeed a lightning mountain that reached the sky at the edge of Xiao Yan's sight. It was called a lightning mountain because it was surrounded by thick thunderclouds from the waist of the mountain. Despite being a great distance away, Xiao Yan was still able to sense waves of invisible pressure being emitted from the lightning mountain. The lightning here is indeed different from other places. Xiao Yan used his spiritual strength to carefully investigate the unusual aura between heaven and earth. He could not help but exclaim in surprise. At this moment, even Xiao Jin, who had been sleeping in Xiao Yan's body, could not help but wake up from its slumber. It rejoiced in Xiao Yan's body. With a thought, Xiao Yan calmed it down. Cuckoo, the mountain range where the Grey Mountain Range is located is called the Grey Mountain Range. It is rumored that back then, there was a lightning affinity elite Do D who broke through here. When he broke through, lightning descended and the color of the sky within a 5,000-kilometer radius changed. That kind of might was really impressive. Qi Lin's eyes looked at the vast mountain range in front of him. Although he had been here more than 10 times, every time he saw this mountain range, his heart could not help but be filled with pride. With regards to this, Guli was also helpless. He exchanged glances with Xiao Yan. The two of them shook their heads and laughed softly. Without saying anything more, their bodies moved and flew towards the Gulay mountain at the end of their line of sight. Chapter 291. This distance seemed to be extremely far, but in front of the strength of Xiao Yan's group, it only took a short moment to traverse it. After a short moment, Xiao Yan's group had already arrived before Grey Mountain. It was only at this moment that Xiao Yan felt even more shocked by Grey Mountain. Grey Mountain was absolutely the most magnificent mountain he'd ever seen in his entire life. The mountain with a diameter of tens of thousands of meters was like a creeping ancient giant beast. The towering peak pierced through the clouds and pointed towards the sky. The entire mountain was covered by thunderclouds like a coiling black dragon. Waves of thunderous roars were like dragon roars that shook the heavens and the earth. In the sky above the towering peak, endless thunderclouds enveloped the entire mountain range. Whistling cold winds raged high up in the sky, and anyone who came into contact with them would feel cold all over, as if they were in a 10,000-year-old ice palace. In addition to that, there were endless silver lightning bolts descending from the sky like horned dragons. Even though everyone present was a half-martial emperor, they still couldn't help but feel fear when facing the terrifying might of the thunderbolts. Of course, there was no lack of half-martial emperors present who were lightning attribute experts. When the thunderbolts descended, they didn't dodge and allowed the thunderbolts to strike their bodies. However, the result was different from what everyone had imagined. The instant the thunderbolts came into contact with the half-martial emperor's body, they seemed to be affected by some sort of terrifying suction force and instantly disappeared. Looking at the half-martial emperor's aura again, even though there seemed to be no change at first glance, if one looked carefully, there was a flash of lightning in the depths of the half-martial emperor's eyes. TSK, this Grey Mountain is truly incomparably magnificent. With such tyrannical thunderbolts in the heavens and the earth, it's no wonder that it's a holy land in the hearts of lightning attribute cultivators. Xiao Yan looked around and gazed at the increasing number of half-martial emperors in the surroundings. A portion of them were lightning attribute experts. Obviously, they'd also come because of its reputation. Xiao Yan lifted his gaze and looked at the majestic mountain peak in front of him. The shock in his heart became increasingly dense. When his gaze swept from the bottom to the middle of the mountain, 3 overbearing words that contained a frightening pressure were slowly reflected in Xiao Yan's eyes. Mount Grey. The 3 large words, written with bold strokes, were agglomerated by someone's pressure and forcefully carved onto it. Therefore, when Xiao Yan first saw the 3 large words Gulay Mountain, his mind was shaken by the frightening pressure contained on it. Fortunately, Guli and Xiao Yan were by Xiao Yan's side. Guli hurriedly pulled Xiao Yan awake. Xiao Yan, who had regained his senses, appeared somewhat pale. He glanced at the majestic mountain peak in front of him with lingering fear, but did not dare to face the 3 large words that contained a terrifying pressure. Guli at the side shook his head lightly. His eyes quickly glanced at the 3 big words. His heart was also incomparably heavy. Then, he cautiously said to Xiao Yan, "Little fellow, you are really reckless." Those 3 words were left behind by the elite Do Di back then after he broke through. The pressure contained within them has not been extinguished for a long time. Forget about you and me, even if Muhan were to come, he would not dare to easily look at them. Xiao Yan smiled awkwardly and nodded. He pulled his head back and did not dare to say anything more. On the other hand, Qi Lin by the side could not resist laughing out loud after hearing the words from Guli's mouth. He said to Xiao Yan, don't listen to his nonsense. Yan Xiao, you should not listen to his frightening words. Those 3 words may have been left behind by that elite Do Di, but who says that one cannot look him in the eye? As long as your spiritual strength is strong enough, you will similarly be able to treat this Do Di pressure as nothing. Qi, do you think that with our spiritual strength, we will be able to resist the Do Di's pressure? Guli curled his lips and rolled his eyes at Qi Lin as he asked. We do not have that ability. However, you have underestimated Muhan. Qi Lin parted his mouth and smiled. He raised his eyebrows and looked at Gu Li. He smiled and said, back then, when he had just broken through to the 9-star band D, his spiritual strength had coincidentally stepped into the unity stage. At that time, he had sat on a mountain not far from the Grey Mountain for over half a day. The reason was that he had stared at the 3 large words Grey Mountain for half a day. Qi Lin's face carried an amazed expression as he spoke. Even though they were currently enemies with Muhan, this did not affect his admiration for Muhan. Xiao Yan could not help but feel amazed in his heart after hearing this. Although Muhan was arrogant and did things ruthlessly, it must be said that he did have his own capital. Although he has not come here for many years, his strength has now advanced. His spiritual strength is also much stronger than back then. How long do you think he will be able to endure if he were to try again? Gu Li was finally speechless when he spoke until this point. He was indeed unable to say anything in the face of these words. What he had said earlier was under the premise that they would not use any strength to face the pressure of the Do Di. However, when he thought about it, how could this be possible? Ha, the few of you have come quite early. There is still some time before the lightning pool opens. Just as the few of them were discussing the pressure of the Do Di, a familiar old voice was transmitted from behind the 3 of them. The 3 of them turned around at the same time. When they saw the person who had arrived, Gu Li and Qi Lin smiled slightly. Xiao Yan's face revealed a surprised expression. Elder Xian, I thought you would not enter the lightning pool. Why have you? Xiao Yan frowned and asked in doubt. The person who had arrived was Elder Xian from the Yunin Pavilion. Ha, the old me is not interested in this lightning pool. It is just that young friend Yan Xiao is about to enter the lightning pool today. The old me has come to take a look on behalf of my pavilion chief. When the pavilion chief of the Yunin Pavilion was mentioned, the expressions of the surrounding half-emperors involuntarily changed. The high-class half-emperors who were closer to the few of them also moved back in an undetectable manner. Xiao Yan did not have the heart to bother about this. He continued to chat and laugh with Elder Xian, who was walking towards him. Elder Xian. Xiao Yan cupped his hands together and greeted Elder Xian with a respectful smile. Elder Xian casually waved his hand. His deep eyes scanned the surroundings, appearing to be searching for something. After a long while, he returned his gaze to Xiao Yan and said, the pavilion chief thought that Muhan and the others might be a little restless. Therefore, he asked the old me to come over and take a look. It is also good to help young friend Yan Xiao get rid of some unnecessary trouble. However, from the looks of it, those fellows should not be here yet. Xiao Yan smiled. How could he not know Luo Jin's intentions? He immediately smiled again and cupped his hands together. Then, Elder Xian, please thank the pavilion chief on my behalf. The 2 of them looked at each other and smiled knowingly. When Gu Li and Qi Lin saw the 2 of them singing the same tune, Gu Li opened his mouth to speak. However, his expression suddenly changed at that instant. The expressions of Xiao Yan's 3-man group and some of the surrounding Band D experts also changed. They turned their bodies and looked at the distant Grey Mountain range behind them. There, a group of people was flying towards them. The aura of the person leading the group was extremely terrifying. No one present could compare to him. The few people who had arrived late were Mod and his group. Chapter 292. Muhan's appearance immediately alarmed everyone in the Grey Mountain range. High up in the sky, nearly 100 half-martial emperors had solemn expressions as they watched Mod's group gradually approach. Their gazes that were filled with solemnity landed on Muhan, who was leading the group. It is unexpected that the news that was spread not long ago is actually true. Muhan is actually going to enter the lightning pool despite being a 9-star Band D. Could it be that he is about to break through the 9-star barrier and advance to the Do Di class? Everyone's gazes gathered on Muhan. Various discussions were quietly emitted and continued to resound across the sky. Che, what advancement to the Do Di class? It is extremely difficult for one to break through after reaching the strength of a 9-star Band D. It is impossible to rely on external strength. If one wishes to break through, one must rely on one's own cultivation. Even if his current strength is that of an advanced 9-star band D, isn't it wishful thinking if he wants to rely on the lightning pool to break through? That's right. The gap between a 9-star band D and a Do D is itself a chasm. How can it be so easy to cross it? Moreover, it is rumored that the D tribulation will descend when one breaks through to the Do D class. If one is unable to endure it, one will end up being turned into ashes. This kind of price is something that even Mu-Han would not dare to easily endure. Hey, it is rumored that he has come for Yen Xiao this time around. Have you seen Mod and the others behind him? This is the proof. Moreover, didn't Yen Xiao refine a full grade D tribulation pill earlier? Hey, that is a necessity for a band D to break through to the Do D class. He might have been attracted by this. All the band D experts present finally nodded their heads in agreement after hearing the most convincing explanation. After all, this was the only explanation that fit the guesses in their hearts. Xiao Yan's face remained calm after hearing the words emitted from the mouths of the people around him. Only when the full grade D tribulation pill was mentioned did a ripple appear on Xiao Yan's calm face. If it wasn't for these half-martial emperors mentioning it, he might really have forgotten that the Emperor Tribulation pellet was prepared for 9-star half-martial emperors. If that was the case, the reason why Mu-Han attacked Lin Dong was not only because Lin Dong had killed Wu Mahui, but also because the Emperor Tribulation pill was one of his targets. As he thought of this, the corners of Xiao Yan's mouth involuntarily curled into a cold smile. A bright light flashed in the depths of his eyes. When Mu-Han's group arrived in front of Grey Mountain, their sharp gazes swept past Xiao Yan's group. When they saw Elder Xian standing beside Xiao Yan, they couldn't help but frown. Who would have thought that the Yunin Pavilion's Elder Xian would actually appear here? After the previous incident, Mu-Han was clearly much more cautious when doing things. As for Elder Xian, Mu-Han did not pay too much attention to him. In the past, Elder Xian had never entered the Void Lightning Pool. Mu-Han believed that this time would be no exception. The few of them swept past Xiao Yan's group and finally landed on a mountain peak that was relatively close to Grey Mountain. The mountain peak was a flat ground that looked as if it had been cut by a blade. The few of them slowly descended and randomly found a place to sit down with their eyes closed. Xiao Yan's group slowly swept their gazes across Mu-Han's group. When Xiao Yan saw Old Devil who was sitting at the edge of the group, his eyes couldn't help but flicker slightly. Just from the position of the group, Old Devil who was indeed the most isolated one among them. Xiao Yan chuckled as he thought to himself. Soon after, he stopped paying attention to Old Devil who. However, when his gaze landed on Mu-Han, who was at the front of the group, he couldn't help but frown slightly. He was slightly surprised in his heart. At the same time, Gu Li and the other two beside Xiao Yan, as well as some other Band D experts, also fixed their gazes on Mu-Han's body. At this moment, Mu-Han's eyes were focused in front of him. His vast spiritual strength had agglomerated into an invisible tornado that surrounded Mu-Han's body. A wild wind whistled. In front of Mu-Han, he was facing the three large words Grey Mountain that were agglomerated from the pressure of an elite Do D. At this moment, Mu-Han's eyes were staring intently at the three large words. The invisible terrifying pressure had agglomerated into a majestic human figure. The human figure had his hands behind his back and was looking down at Mu-Han, who was sitting cross-legged at his feet. The terrifying aura was just like Mount Tai pressing down. Although Mu-Han's spiritual strength had already stepped into the unification stage, it was still extremely strenuous for him when faced with the pressure of an elite Do D. Xiao Yan's group used their spiritual strength to investigate the scene in front of them. Everyone's hearts were extremely shocked. Although Mu-Han appeared to be strenuous, he was still able to sit steadily in front of this Do D's pressure with a calm expression. Just this point alone was something that no one present, other than Gu Yu, who was in Xiao Yan's body, could achieve. This was also sufficient to demonstrate Mu-Han's strength. Bang! A couple of human figures were surrounding an injured old man in the sky. Their eyes revealed a rich greedy expression. Although there was some blood on the corner of the old man's mouth and some bruises were left on his face, he did not appear to have suffered much damage from his aura. However, from the looks of the current situation, he was unable to advance or retreat. Among the few people surrounding Qin Zhong, there was a skinny old man who was holding a dagger in each hand. He was looking at Qin Zhong with a sinister smile. His scarlet tongue was gently licking the blood on the dagger. This scene caused him to involuntarily feel an additional bloodthirsty feeling. The skinny old man carefully tasted the blood on the tip of his tongue. He coldly laughed at Qin Zhong. Humph humph, Qin Zhong, we do not intend to make things difficult for you. However, you should also be aware that there are less than 30 people who can enter the lightning pool in the empty realm. Which one of them is not someone with great strength? Other than Yan Xiao, which one of them is not a high-class bandit? What right do you have to enter? As his voice fell, another tall old man who was as sturdy as a tiger also coldly laughed and said, "Ha, Blood Snake is right. We also know that you have a good relationship with Yan Xiao. With his protection, you will naturally be able to enter the lightning pool in the empty realm. However, don't forget that he can't even protect himself right now. This time, Master Mu has personally come. A mere 3-star bandit, no matter how many tricks he has up his sleeve, will not be able to escape death in front of a 9-star bandit. Don't even think that Yan Xiao will be able to protect you. Instead of waiting for us to take action, I advise you to hand over the lightning invitation to us as soon as possible. We can still let you escape unscathed. Otherwise, don't blame us for being ruthless." Qin Zhong's expression was grave as the stern cry was emitted. He was also aware of the matter between Mu Han and Xiao Yan. He was aware of just how powerful the enemy that Xiao Yan was about to face was. However, it was also because of this that he wanted to enter the lightning pool in hopes of lending Xiao Yan a hand. As if he had seen through Qin Zhong's thoughts, the skinny old man once again coldly laughed and ridiculed, "If you wish to enter the lightning pool to help Yan Xiao, I advise you not to think too much about it. Their opponents are all high-level half-martial emperors. Even if you were to enter, you would at most be an additional burden to him. You will only increase the pressure on him out of nowhere. Therefore, I advise you to obediently hand over the lightning invitation. When the time comes, we might even take pity on him and save his worthless life." Ha 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 ha. As these words were spoken, the surrounding bandit experts immediately laughed out loud. Their gazes were filled with disdain as they looked at Qin Zhong. Don't go too far. Even if he is no match for Mu Han, he is not someone that you few 5-star bandit can insult. If he were to appear here now, how would you dare to shamelessly insult him in front of him? Qin Zhong's heart was immediately enraged when he heard the ridicule of the skinny old man and the others. Do Qi violently surged as he clenched his fists tightly under his sleeves. His face also turned red and his veins were exposed, twisting and wriggling continuously. Xiao Yan had helped him a couple of times and he had long since regarded Xiao Yan as his savior in his heart. Even the clan had erected a statue of Xiao Yan for the clan members to worship. Now that he heard these bastards in front of him actually insult Xiao Yan in such a manner, his heart was naturally unable to endure it. However, the skinny old man and the sturdy old man, as well as the other 3 bandit experts, all laughed disdainfully in response to Qin Zhong's fury. The skinny old man looked at Qin Zhong with disdain and ridiculed, "Why? Are you angry? We are insulting Yan Xiao, yet you are so angry. It seems that Yan Xiao is very important to you. Why? Have you taken him as your godfather? Ha 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 ha. Then I will continue to insult you, godfather. He is merely a person who is about to die. What is the big deal? Ha, indeed. It is merely the words of a person who is about to die. It is not a big deal. If you are not used to hearing it, just kill him, don't you think so?" Just as the skinny old man's words left his mouth, before he had the time to catch his breath, an extremely icy voice, which seemed to have originated from hell, sounded faintly beside his ear. In the next instant, the pupils of the skinny old man suddenly shrunk. Following which, everything in front of him turned black. As his pupils shrunk, he had already lost all signs of life. Chapter 293. Xiao Yan's face was indifferent as he slowly released his hand in the empty sky. The skinny old man, whose life force had already disappeared, had lost all control of his body. Following the gravitational force, he was just like a meteor as he violently fell. The skinny old man had died. Only at this moment did the surrounding people recover with panicked expressions. However, when they focused their eyes, they realized that there was a human figure standing behind each of them. Xian. Elder Xian. Gu Li. Qi Lin. The few of them exclaimed in unison. There was no need to describe the horror within their words. A great storm had been set off in their hearts. They could not understand how Xiao Yan's group knew that they had attacked Qin Zhong at the outermost area of the Grey Mountain Range. Although the spiritual perception of the few people present was extremely frightening, Xiao Yan's attention was currently focused on Mu Han and the others. Additionally, there was the existence of the Dodi's pressure in the Grey Mountain Range. How could they have the leisure to spread their spiritual strength and investigate the big battle around them? If one were to say that someone had informed them, the few people present would not believe it. One of the biggest reasons why they dared to touch Qin Zhong in this place was that no one had passed by this place. Since no one had seen it, Xiao Yan did not investigate. How did he know about it? Old Gu, thank you very much. Xiao Yan could not be bothered with the shocked expressions of the few 5-star band emperors in front of him. All he did was softly thank Guyu in his heart. Haha, there is no need to thank the old me. I was merely bored for a moment. Moreover, I saw that this little fellow is not bad. Hence, I wanted to save him. I merely asked you to act on my behalf. Haha. Guyu laughed and agreed to Xiao Yan's thanks. Xiao Yan laughed softly. This was indeed true. Compared to him, Guyu, who was in his body, was much more relaxed. However, it was also because of this that he was able to save Qin Zhong's life. Xiao Yan laughed softly in his heart. After which, he did not say anything else. He lifted his eyes. The gentleness from a moment ago was no longer present in his eyes. Xiao Yan's bone-chilling gaze slowly swept across the remaining 4 people. When the 4 half-emperors met Xiao Yan's gaze, their bodies involuntarily shivered. Although Xiao Yan's strength appeared to be only that of a peak 3-star half-martial emperor, everyone knew that his actual strength was not only that. The 4 of them trembled as they turned their gazes with great difficulty. They looked at Gu Li and the others behind them. Immediately, they looked at each other and felt a chill in their hearts. They had no chance of winning against the few people behind them. Once Gu Li and the others attacked, they would end up like Xuexi. The eyes of the 4 involuntarily fell on Qin Zhong. He was the weakest person present. As long as they could control him, they believed that Xiao Yan and the others would be forced to stop. Swish, among the 4 of them, the only 5-star half-martial emperor that was not confronting anyone suddenly moved. Like a bolt of lightning, he instantly grabbed at Qin Zhong. At the same time, the other 3 quickly turned around. They wanted to delay the people behind them. The encouraging monk slightly frowned. He immediately released his aura of an 8-star half-martial emperor. His terrifying aura was like Mount Tai pressing down on the 3 of them. At this moment, the remaining half-martial emperor had already arrived before Qin Zhong. An extremely cruel smile appeared on the corner of the old man's mouth. His eagle claw-like hand ferociously grabbed at Qin Zhong's neck. Qin Zhong's expression abruptly changed. The speed of the old man before him greatly surpassed his own. Although he wanted to dodge, the difference in strength between the 2 of them was too enormous. Qin Zhong was already firmly locked onto by the old man. It was simply impossible for him to dodge. Damn it! Truly despicable. Seeing that the eagle claw-like hand was about to descend upon him, Qin Zhong prepared to fight with his life on the line. However, right at this moment, the sound of wind whistling resounded in this world. A chilly wind blew past, causing the old man's neck to suddenly feel cold. Before he could react, an ice-cold voice that did not contain the slightest bit of emotion faintly sounded in his ears. You dare to play with speed before me? Are you even qualified? Right after those words left his mouth, a heavenly flame gushed out from Xiaoyan's palm. The body of the old man beneath his palm rapidly became like a piece of burning charcoal. After that, it turned into specks of ash and completely disappeared from this world. When the other three saw this move of Xiaoyan's, they immediately felt incomparably terrified. They never imagined that Xiaoyan's methods were actually this terrifying. Elder Xian looked at the red-faced and frightened old man before him. The corners of his mouth rose into a pitiful smile. He said with a smile, "Rejoice. Rejoice. Rejoice that you all did not encounter him and instead encountered us. Even we find it difficult to imagine how terrifying he is." Right after Elder Xian said those words, the auras of the 3 8-star half-martial emperors suddenly trembled. Frightening power immediately poured out. The figure before them also fell down. Old brother Qin, are you all right? Qin Zhong had a bitter smile on his face as he shook his head. He frowned as he looked at Xiaoyan. With a worried expression, he bitterly sighed and said, I'm fine. However, Yan Xiao, you're going to face a 9-star half-martial emperor this time around. Xiaoyan smiled. He lightly patted Qin Zhong's shoulder and said with an indifferent expression, Old brother Qin, don't worry. Nothing will happen. Although Mu Han is a 9-star half-martial emperor and I am indeed no match for him, I am still quite confident in my ability to escape. Hearing what Xiaoyan said, Qin Zhong involuntarily recalled Xiaoyan's frightening speed. From the moment of imminent peril earlier, Xiaoyan's speed was likely even more frightening than before. Sigh. Although Qin Zhong was slightly relieved in his heart, he still sighed helplessly and said, what a pity. It's a pity that this old man's strength is insufficient. After cultivating for so many years, I am still only a 3-star half-martial emperor. I am unable to help you like these people. In this battle, Qin Zhong wanted to express his good intentions. However, in the end, he shook his head helplessly. Unfortunately, his strength was limited. Although he wanted to help, he was powerless. It was like what that crimson snake had said earlier. With his current strength, even if he were to go, he would only be an additional burden. Seeing the helpless expression on Qin Zhong's face, Xiaoyan lightly smiled. He took a glance at Elder Xian and the other two who had arrived before him. Then, Xiaoyan turned to Qin Zhong and said with a smile, Old brother Qin, don't say this. Old brother Qin, there is no need for you to act like this. If you truly wish to help me, I can only wish that you will be able to break through to 4-star half-martial emperor in this trip to the lightning pool. At that time, I have another matter that I wish to ask old brother Qin for. Qin Zhong slightly raised his eyebrows. He could not help but feel a trace of suspicion in his heart. However, when he saw Xiaoyan's confident expression, Qin Zhong's face immediately revealed a smile. He heavily nodded and said, Old brother Xiaoyan, don't worry. I, Qin Zhong, have prepared for this day for a long time. As long as I am able to enter the lightning pool, this old man will definitely be able to break through to a 4-star half-martial emperor. Then I wish old brother Qin success. Xiaoyan, Guli, and the other two cupped their hands and smiled at Qin Zhong. After which, the few of them did not linger any longer. Their bodies moved and they once again flew towards Grey Mountain. When the few of them returned to Grey Mountain, a large number of half-martial emperors had already gathered there. At this moment, there were already a dozen or so battles going on in the vicinity of Grey Mountain. Those people were still fighting over the lightning posts. As the time for the opening of the lightning pool in the void approached, the battles on the battlefield became even more intense. The sounds of those skills exploding in the sky were like waves of thunder, causing the cultivators at the foot of Grey Mountain to involuntarily feel alarmed. When the crowd saw that Xiaoyan and the others, who had left earlier, had returned with Qin Zhong, who was covered in injuries, they immediately understood the reason why Xiaoyan had left. They could not help but sigh in admiration for Xiaoyan's righteousness. At the same time, they also felt a trace of envy for Qin Zhong. Xiao Yan's gaze was focused on the increasing number of half-martial emperors in the surroundings. At the same time, he also saw that Mu Han and the others had already stood up. They were quietly standing where they were, waiting for the opening of the lightning pool in the void. Xiao Yan's gaze was fixed on Mu Han. At this moment, the latter's complexion was somewhat pale. However, it appeared that he was not seriously injured. This caused Xiao Yan to feel a trace of pity. He had hoped that something would happen to this 9-star half-martial emperor. Noticing Xiao Yan's gaze, Mu Han also turned his head around. His face was filled with disdain as he revealed a cold smile. After which, he turned his head back and no longer paid any attention to Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan smiled indifferently. He raised his head and looked at the black thunderclouds in the sky above the mountain peak that were becoming denser. Rumble, at a certain moment, a rumbling sound that everyone had been waiting for was finally emitted from the churning thunderclouds. Immediately, the churning thunderclouds in the sky above the mountain peak became even more intense. A long while later, under everyone's gazes, a crack that seemed to be dispelling the clouds and revealing the sun slowly spread open within the thunderclouds. Lightning pool in the void, open. Chapter 294. Rumble, the vast thunderclouds continued to churn as waves of rumbling sounds resounded across the sky. The half-emperors around Grey Mountain all turned their gazes over at this moment. Their faces were filled with excitement as they stared at the churning thunderclouds. The battles in the distance gradually stopped at this moment. With the opening of the lightning pool, there was no need for them to continue fighting over it. This was also an unwritten rule. As long as one could keep the lightning invitation in one's hand, no one could snatch it when the lightning pool opened. The silver crack was particularly eye-catching in the thunderclouds. It was like a silver lightning floating in the thunderclouds. As the thunderclouds continued to churn, the crack gradually expanded. As the crack expanded, Xiao Yan could not help but frown at a certain moment. He extended his hand from under his sleeve and gently rubbed 2 fingers. A bright silver lightning invitation appeared in Xiao Yan's hand. It was his void lightning pool invitation. At this moment, the void lightning pool invitation was emitting a faint silver light. As the light flowed, the lightning invitation was actually somewhat uncontrollable. It was as if it had come alive and actually took the initiative to fly towards the crack in the sky. If Xiao Yan had not caught it in time, it was likely that it would have flown away. This thing is actually able to resonate with the crack. Frowning slightly as he looked at the lightning invitation in his hand, Xiao Yan could not help but exclaim in surprise. Ha, of course. The void lightning pool invitation originally belonged to the void lightning pool. The only difference is that this thing is formed from the impurities discarded by the void lightning pool. Now that the energy in the void lightning pool is at its most abundant, the void lightning pool can use a special method to guide the void lightning pool in. We are just its passengers. Gu Li opened his mouth and explained to Xiao Yan when he heard the surprised words from Xiao Yan's mouth. Xiao Yan nodded to indicate that he understood. He held the lightning invitation in his hand. Xiao Yan raised his head to look at the gradually expanding crack in the sky. He frowned again and asked Gu Li softly. President Gu Li, when will we be able to enter the lightning pool? As soon as he said this, the 4 people beside Xiao Yan all laughed. Gu Li stroked his beard and teased Xiao Yan. I didn't expect you to be so anxious in front of the void lightning pool. Ha, Xiao Yan smiled awkwardly and scratched his head. Honestly speaking, although Mod and the rest were beside him, his heart was filled with hope for a breakthrough. Now that he saw that the lightning pool had finally opened, he could not help but feel a little excited. Ha, don't worry. There's no need to rush. The lightning pool tunnel has only just begun. It will take about 4 hours for it to fully open. In these 4 hours, you should just stay here obediently. The moment these words were spoken, Xiao Yan felt helpless. Who would have thought that entering the lightning pool would be so troublesome? However, 4 hours was merely a blink of an eye for these half-martial emperors. In the blink of an eye, the void lightning pool had completely opened. The 30 half-martial emperors who held the lightning invitation could also prepare to enter the lightning pool. Rumble, amidst the thunder clouds, there was a strange circular tunnel with a diameter of several hundred feet. In the middle of the black thunder clouds, it released an extremely oppressive and terrifying aura. Within the tunnel, one could see terrifying lightning bolts that were at least 100 feet thick. They were wreaking havoc within the tunnel. The continuous lightning bolts completely sealed the entrance of the tunnel. Under such power, even a half-martial emperor would not be able to forcefully enter. At this moment, even Xiao Yan, who was below, had a solemn expression as he stared at the terrifying lightning bolts. He felt ashamed in his heart. No wonder no one dares to forcefully enter without a lightning invitation. I see. With the protection of the lightning bolts, even a half-martial emperor would not be able to forcefully enter. Xiao Yan cautiously observed the lightning bolts. The more he stared at them, the more shocked he felt in his heart. As expected of someone born from the heavens and earth. With such an astonishing aura, even half-martial emperors were like clay before him. The power of the void lightning pool is indeed terrifying. After all, it is the son of the void lightning pool. How could it not have some strength? Fortunately, this thing has yet to evolve and gain intelligence. Otherwise, we would not have the opportunity to enter it to cultivate. Qi Lin softly said with a smile when he saw Xiao Yan's solemn expression. When Xiao Yan heard Qi Lin's anthropomorphic analogy, he instantly understood the meaning behind his words. The void lightning pool was eternal and unchanging. The power it possessed was naturally incomparable. If the void lightning pool was compared to an extraordinary force, then the power formed by the void lightning pool was like its sun. The reason why the void lightning pool was so terrifying was mostly because of the void lightning pool that stood behind it. In this aspect, it was similar to the forces on the continent. Swoosh, just as Xiao Yan and the others were talking, a few sharp sounds of wind breaking suddenly resounded in the void lightning pool. The few of them turned their heads to look. Not far away, a few half-martial emperors waved their sleeves. The lightning invitation in their hands immediately turned into 9 stars and shot out. In the blink of an eye, it entered the void lightning pool. At this moment, the remaining pseudo-emperor waved his hand in the air. Light flashed, and a lightning invitation appeared in the pseudo-emperor's hand. Without hesitation, when the lightning invitation appeared in his hand, his thumb quickly brushed across the tip of his middle finger. Then, a drop of blood flowed out from the tip of his middle finger. With a swipe of his middle finger, the drop of blood was smeared on the lightning invitation. After doing this, the half-martial emperor waved his sleeve and the lightning invitation in his hand shot out. Just like the other lightning invitation, it entered the void lightning pool. Xiao Yan frowned as he looked at this. He couldn't help but feel curious. Seeing this, Gu Li immediately smiled and explained to Xiao Yan, the void lightning pool is special. Once you enter the void lightning pool, you will naturally not be ostracized. However, if we try to enter, we will be attacked by those lightning bolts. So, we need to attach our auras to the lightning invitation so that those lightning bolts will misidentify us. Only in this way will we be able to enter safely. Otherwise, you've also felt it earlier. The terror of those lightning bolts is not something we can easily imagine. Xiao Yan lightly nodded when he heard this. Those lightning bolts were indeed terrifying. At the very least, with his current strength, he didn't have the slightest confidence in facing those lightning bolts. After Gu Li finished speaking, Qi Lin immediately said solemnly, "That's right. Back then, there was a guy who didn't listen to our advice and wanted to force his way in. In the end, after he was struck by those lightning bolts, he was instantly turned into a charred corpse. When that guy was alive, he was a 7-star half-martial emperor." Hiss. When these words were spoken, not only Xiao Yan, but even some of the half-martial emperors who had never heard of this rumor could not help but suck in a breath of cold air when they heard this. It was hard to imagine that those lightning bolts would actually be so terrifying. Some of the half-martial emperors who originally had other thoughts also stealthily retreated with cold sweat all over their bodies. Since Qi Lin had already spoken, there was naturally no need for them to stay any longer. Go! Suddenly, a low shout sounded. Xiao Yan looked over and saw that it was Mod and the rest. Mu Han was currently shooting the lightning invitation into the void lightning pool. Mod and the rest were following closely behind him. Mu Han's eyes were icy cold as they were thrown to Xiao Yan after the lightning invitation entered the lightning pool tunnel. The two stared at each other for a long while before Mu Han let out a cold snort. He turned his head and his feet suddenly stomped on the mountain under his feet. The mountain trembled as Mod's group of 5 rushed into the air and flew toward the lightning pool tunnel. When he saw the few of them flying towards the void lightning pool, Xiao Yan's eyes slowly narrowed. He stared at Mu Han, who was leading the group, and softly said, "Have they entered the void lightning pool? Have they started to enter the lightning pool? Since that's the case, it's time for us to move." After his voice sounded, Xiao Yan's hand, which was holding the lightning invitation, suddenly clenched tightly. Due to the strength in his hand, his slightly sharp nails dug into his flesh. Fresh blood flowed out and dyed the entire lightning invitation. "Let's go. It is time for us to enter. There is still a tough battle waiting for us." Xiao Yan suddenly waved his hand. Fresh blood wrapped around the lightning invitation and it turned into a blood-colored flowing light that swiftly shot into the void lightning pool. Beside him, Gu Li and Qin Zhong nodded their heads in unison. Elder Xian smiled faintly and also prepared to return. In the next instant, the 4 of them simultaneously stepped into the sky. The sky shook as 4 figures instantly shot out and swiftly flew towards the void lightning pool. Under Xiao Yan's sleeves, Xiao Jin's snake-like body was coiled around Xiao Yan's wrist. When it saw the wound on Xiao Yan's palm, it involuntarily let out a soft cry and licked the wound. Traces of purple-gold blood also flowed into Xiao Yan's body as the little fellow licked. Chapter 295. Within the lightning pool passageway, Xiao Yan and the other 3 were flying forward at an extremely fast speed. During the flight, Xiao Yan would occasionally use his somewhat curious gaze to carefully observe the enormous lightning pillars that surrounded the few of them. Those thick lightning pillars were shot out from the pillars. They were like soldiers that guarded this lightning-filled world. The thick lightning pillars were like giant pythons that coiled around Xiao Yan and the other 3. At such a close distance, Xiao Yan could clearly feel the terrifying aura of the lightning pillars. Xiao Yan's face was solemn. At the closest distance, the lightning pillars were only a few inches away from him. It was hard to imagine what would happen if he touched them. "Don't bother about this thing. Let's go straight. Soon, we will be able to leave the area protected by this thing." Gu Li's face was solemn. Even though they were already in the lightning pool passageway, it was even more dangerous. Once they were touched by the lightning pillars, the consequences would be unimaginable. Xiao Yan's actions were a little stiff as he nodded his head when he heard this. His forward speed had become much faster without him noticing. That thunderbolt appeared to be following behind the few of them, inseparable from their shadows. "Heh, don't worry. There is no need to be too nervous. This lightning pillar is only the outer layer of the lightning pool. Hence, it is more powerful. However, once we reach the deeper lightning pool, we will be safe there. As long as we do not enter the core region of the lightning pool, you can rest assured." Qi Lin's character was bold and unrestrained. Given his understanding of lightning, he was not afraid of it at all. When he heard Qi Lin's words, Xiao Yan could not help but raise his eyebrows and ask, "Shouldn't the core region of the lightning pool be the place where the lightning energy is the most concentrated and pure? Why can't we enter it?" Qi Lin nodded his head. However, he quickly shook his head and frowned. "The lightning energy in the depths of the lightning pool is indeed pure and powerful. However, it is also because of this that the destructive power it possesses is not something that the lightning pools in the outer layer of the lightning pool can compare to. Furthermore, as the core region of the lightning pool, the protective power is even more terrifying. Forget about us, even people like Mu Han would not dare to approach that place." Xiao Yan nodded his head once again to show that he understood. the few of them gradually became silent. Unknowingly, the few of them were getting closer and closer to the end of the passageway. When the white light enveloped their bodies, Xiao Yan and the others could not help but close their eyes. When they reopened their eyes, Xiao Yan could not help but feel shocked by the scene before him. This place was indeed a world of thunder and lightning. When Xiao Yan opened his eyes, the scene in front of him was an extremely vast sea of lightning. Countless bolts of silver lightning were like giant snakes as they rapidly slithered through the sea of lightning. The rumbling of thunder was unceasing. Even though he was standing far away, he could still feel his heart tremble. The lightning energy here is indeed extremely powerful. No wonder even half-martial emperors yearn for this place. Xiao Yan looked at the vast sea of lightning with excitement. He couldn't help but feel shocked by the scene before him. Although the power of lightning here was not as terrifying as the pill lightning he had drawn out when he was refining the emperor-grade pill, it was superior in that there were countless bolts of lightning. If he were to really compare them, the lightning here was more terrifying. Now is not the time to rush to make a breakthrough. Let's go find those fellows first. If we miss this opportunity and can't find them, it will be troublesome if we fight later. Gu Li reminded in a serious voice. As soon as Gu Li said that, Xiao Yan immediately came back to his senses. He nodded at Gu Li and then his gaze fell on Qin Zhong. He said with a smile, "Brother Qin, you should go find a safe place to cultivate first. We still have to deal with Mod and the others. I'm afraid the next time we meet will be after we leave this place. I also hope you can make a breakthrough. At that time, I have something to ask of you." When Qin Zhong heard that, he could not help but reveal a worried expression. The enemies Xiao Yan was going to face this time were very different from the past. A 9-star half-martial emperor was an existence that 8-star half-martial emperors could not compare to. Although Xiao Yan was not weak, he was only a 3-star half-martial emperor after all. However, in the end, Qin Zhong nodded heavily. He did not say anything. He cupped his hands at the 3 people in front of him and then turned around and quickly flew towards a certain direction of the lightning pool. At this moment, the only thing he could do was to ensure his own safety. Only then would he not cause trouble for Xiao Yan and the others. Seeing Qin Zhong's departing figure, Xiao Yan finally breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. Truth be told, he did not hold much hope for the battle against Mod and the others. After all, 9-star half-martial emperors were not just empty words. As for Gu Yu, he believed that Gu Yu would definitely not interfere this time around. Thus, no matter what, he could only rely on himself and the 2 people beside him for the battle this time around. Let's go. It's time to experience the might of a 9-star half-martial emperor. As Xiao Yan turned around, he spoke with a grave tone. His body moved and he began to chase after Gu Yu and the others. When Xiao Yan had first appeared in the lightning pool, he had vaguely seen Mod and the others enter the lightning pool. Thus, he was able to roughly determine their direction and location. Gu Li and Qi Lin, who were following closely behind, looked at each other. Then, their gazes landed on Xiao Yan. After taking a deep look at him, they slowly withdrew their gazes and quickly followed after Xiao Yan. After a moment, 8 figures stood in the lightning pool in the void. They were separated into 2 sides and they were looking at each other. He. There is a path to heaven, yet you refuse to take it. There is no gate to hell, yet you insist on coming here to throw away your life. Mod's face was filled with ridicule as he looked at Xiao Yan's group standing on the opposite side. He did not expect that these 3 fellows in front of him would be so bold. They had just entered the lightning pool in the empty realm, yet they had come looking for them to fight. Indeed, I did not expect you to be so daring. Are you trying to take advantage of the fact that we have yet to make a breakthrough to the next realm to fight? Mu Han sneered as he looked at Xiao Yan and the other 2. His face was filled with disdain. Originally, I wanted to let you live for a while longer. However, since you insist on courting death, don't blame this old man. Not to mention Mu Han, even Yan Bing would feel disdain for Xiao Yan and the other 2. Xiao Yan narrowed his eyes as he stared at Mu Han. His expression was solemn. After a long while, he finally spoke in an indifferent tone. You have already rejected your opponent before the battle has even begun. If you do not have sufficient confidence in yourself, then you are simply too foolish. Mu Han stared at Xiao Yan. His eyes were like the claws of an eagle as he stared at the latter. However, he did not say anything. While Xiao Yan's side was preparing to fight with MOD's group, there were 4 human figures seated within an extremely hidden and mysterious large hall in another place. A dim light illuminated the floor in front of the 4 of them. Only their shoes could be seen clearly. Everything else seemed extremely mysterious. Humph. You're neither a human nor a ghost. Why did you call us here? The hoarse and old voice was filled with anger. It turned into a thunderous roar as it reverberated in the hall. It shook one's heart and soul. At the same time, the teacups in the hands of the other 3 exploded. TSK 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 TSK. Sect Leader Wu, why are you so anxious? All of you have waited for hundreds of years. What's the difference between a few moments? TSK 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 TSK. At this moment, a ghostly and eerie laughter sounded faintly from the darkness. The voice came without any warning and they could not detect any aura. The person who had come made the 4 supreme being experts, who were usually able to do whatever they wanted, feel a sense of solemnity in their hearts. Among the 4 of them, there were naturally some who understood the meaning behind the words. 2 of them secretly exchanged glances before they looked at the void in front of them and asked calmly. What do you mean by what you said just now? What do you mean by waiting for hundreds of years? TSK TSK TSK. Could it be that after hundreds of years, the 4 of you have forgotten that thing? The 4 people in the darkness narrowed their eyes as a cold light flickered in their eyes. Even in the darkness, it was still frightening. Sky Annihilation Step. Chapter 296. Bang! The instant the dark, cold voice of unknown origin was once again emitted, the entire hall was immediately filled with 4 incomparably frightening pressures. Turbulent doqi waves swept repeatedly within the hall, causing the entire hall to emit waves of trembling sounds. What did you say? 4 shocked cries sounded at the same time. The entire hall shook unceasingly. A thunder-like buzzing sound resounded throughout the hall, shaking one's soul. TSK 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 TSK, looks like the few of you have not forgotten about that thing. Sky Extinction Steps, the skill that Tianju Shengren became famous for. It is one of the keys to opening the Tianju ancient tomb. Only by doing so will you have the opportunity to obtain Tianju Shengren's inheritance. A dark cold laughter was faintly emitted. The person who spoke did not reveal much fear in the face of these 4 renowned ultimate Zun experts. On the contrary, the 4 people present were even more afraid of him. Do you know where that clan is now? One of the 4 people asked with a somewhat doubtful tone. The 4 factions had searched for that clan for an unknown number of years. Until now, there was still no news. They did not believe that this ghost thing that hid in a dark corner and did not dare to show itself could be found. I don't know. These simple words caused the old man who was addressed as sect leader Wu to immediately become furious. An invisible force crazily erupted and the stone chair under him was immediately crushed into a pile of rocks. Humph! Ghost thing, you are playing with the 4 of us. With a stern cry, the old man's palm violently smashed into the empty space beside him. Immediately, a circular invisible spatial ripple swiftly spread apart. It carried a frightening might that could crush everything as it swept in all directions. The spatial ripple automatically scattered when it reached the other 3 people. At the same time, a mysterious aura was finally emitted from a certain spot in the darkness. Humph! Get out here for me. The moment the aura was emitted, the old man's hand was suddenly extended. His 5 fingers were spread open and a suction force surged out from his palm. Immediately, the space where the aura was emitted from was forcefully torn apart by this crazy suction force. At the same time, a black figure swiftly flashed through the empty space. A dark cold laughter was once again emitted. Keek keek. Sect head Wu's temper is really fiery. Although I don't know where that clan is now, but regarding the sky extinction step. Keek keek, once these words were spoken, the eyes of the four old men hardened. They exchanged glances with each other. That leader Wu also slowly withdrew the do chi that he had released. He withdrew his aura and did not say anything else. At this moment, another old man slowly spoke. His tone and attitude were much better than the previous two. Ha, Palace Master, since you have already said so much, this old man thinks that there is no need for you to continue beating around the bush. We usually mind our own business. Now that you have gathered us here, it can't be just to say these words to us, right? TSK, 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 TSK. Sword Sovereign is indeed the one who knows how to conduct himself. Compared to Sovereign Wu, enough, there's no need to say any more superfluous words. You bunch of things that are neither human nor ghost. You've never suffered a loss when doing things. Speak, tell us the specific location of the heaven extinguishing steps. What are the conditions? That ghost-like human figure had yet to finish speaking when the second old man who had spoken earlier spoke once again and interrupted the words in his mouth. The four old men clearly knew this person who called himself the Hall Master. Hence, they spoke with the intention of making a deal. Keek keek, the ghost-like strange laughter once again sounded. A cluster of black fog instantly flew past the only space in front of the four of them that had light. The four of them remained indifferent on the surface, but their hearts were secretly awed. Since the few sect heads are in a hurry, this palace master shall not say any more nonsense. The few of you only need to be clear that the heaven extinguishing steps is in the hands of a little fellow called Xiao Yan. He has changed his name to Yan Xiao. Currently, he is at a place that one must pass when traveling to the western region, the savage ancient city. There is no need for this palace master to say anything more about who is guarding that place. Humph. Since you know who is there, why is there a need to say any more nonsense to us? He is in the savage ancient city. Forget about us, even your ghost hall would not dare to do anything to him. The four of them had just heard Xiao Yan's name and quietly remembered it in their hearts. However, the black shadow's following words caused the expressions of the four of them to immediately change. They did not expect that Xiao Yan was coincidentally in the savage ancient city. Although they were in the western region, the might of the Yunin Pavilion still caused them to be extremely fearful. That kind of faction might be like the ghost hall behind the black shadow in front of them, which did not reveal itself, but as long as one knew about it, regardless of one's strength, one would understand that its terror was unimaginable. Hence, they would try their best to avoid a huge being like the Yunin Pavilion. They naturally did not dare to easily attack Xiao Yan within the territory of the Yunin Pavilion. TSK 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 TSK. I already said that sect leader Wu has a fiery temper. Why are you angry again? According to my information, ever since that kid appeared in the southern region, he has been heading towards the savage ancient city. It is extremely likely that he is preparing to come to the western region. I believe that he will arrive in the western region soon. At that time, all you need to do is to wait for him. In the face of sect leader Wu's angry shout, the black shadow laughed mockingly. Following which, he revealed the information that he knew. Only at this moment did the four people in front of him relax. They continuously muttered Xiao Yan's name in their hearts. Xiao Yan. Yan Xiao. Xiao Yan. Yan Xiao. You have handed him over to us to deal with. I wonder how much difference is his strength compared to ours. Suddenly, the sword sovereign narrowed his eyes and opened his mouth to ask an extremely important question. If the Xiao Yan that they were about to face had a similar strength as them, then even if they had 4 sovereign stage experts, it would still be difficult to kill him. Hence, they had no choice but to first understand the other party's strength. Only by knowing oneself and knowing one's enemy would one be able to win 100 battles. TSK 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 TSK, don't worry. That kid's strength has only broken through to the 3-star half martial emperor level half a year ago. With your strength, how could you possibly fear him? Hearing the sword sovereign's words, the black shadow was not surprised. Instead, he sneered. Once those words were spoken, the four people immediately frowned. A mere 3-star half-martial emperor actually wanted them to take action. Wasn't this like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut? Wasn't this thinking too highly of that kid by the name of Xiao Yan? There was definitely a reason behind this abnormality. The four people thought of this at the same time. When faced with this ghost-like fellow, they had no choice but to be extremely careful. Since that Xiao Yan is merely a 3-star half-martial emperor, why don't you all take action yourselves? With his strength, he is at the bottom among all of you. At this moment, the third old man who spoke faintly. Following his words, the surrounding space started to ripple like a screen of water. TSK. Master Chen also knows that when we do many things, it is inconvenient for our whereabouts to be exposed. Without the permission of our superiors, we are not allowed to arbitrarily kill people in the city. After all, although our ghost palace is powerful, there are also many people who have their eyes on us. Borrowing a knife to kill someone. The old man who was addressed as Master Chen spoke in a deep voice. You can say that. However, I believe that this is merely a business between you all and me. Since you all are businessmen, there is no need to ask too clearly about some things. Once the water is clear, there will be no fish. The four people narrowed their eyes and muttered to themselves for a moment. However, they no longer said anything. Within the black fog, a pair of sinister eyes flickering with a strange light swept across the four people present. After a long time, the black shadow once again laughed sinisterly and said, TSK, let's not waste words. At that time, if we are to meet him, there is no need for the four of you to be lenient. As long as you are able to keep him alive and ensure that he does not die, the Heaven End steps will be yours to take away. The strange atmosphere was once again broken. Following that, the four people let out a sigh of relief in their hearts. This time around, that sect Master Wu's eyes turned. An extremely ruthless and cruel smile appeared on the corners of his mouth as he said, ha, I truly don't understand. A brat at that level is actually able to provoke all of you. He will truly not be able to escape this calamity. After those words left his mouth, a wave of extremely cooperative laughter finally sounded from within the hall. Chapter 297. While the four old men reached an agreement with the hall chief, the atmosphere between Xiao Yan's and Mu Han's parties within the lightning pool in the empty realm had become increasingly tense. Xiao Yan's group and Mu Han's group were separated into two sides in the vast lightning pool. The atmosphere was extremely stifling and oppressive. The invisible aura caused the continuously flowing thunderbolts to only be able to fly about 1,000 feet away from both parties. They continued to wander about, but ultimately did not dare to enter the boundary of the aura. From afar, countless silver lightning bolts surrounded the entire battlefield like a huge sphere. Lightning flashed, and in an instant, a bright moon appeared in the lightning pool. The space within the formless aura was surrounded by lightning, forming a circular battlefield. If one were to look at it from the outside, one would not be able to see the situation within. The situation here had naturally alarmed the other half-martial emperors who had entered the lightning pool. In addition, the gathering of lightning was undoubtedly a great gift for them, who urgently needed lightning energy to cultivate. In a short moment, nearly 10 half-martial emperors had gathered outside the aura. In addition to Xiao Yan's group, all the half-martial emperors present accounted for 2/3 of the total number of people who had entered the lightning pool. Through the layers of lightning, the half-martial emperors who had been attracted to the scene immediately saw the situation. When they saw that Xiao Yan's group was about to fight against a large number of people, these half-martial emperors could not help but feel a sense of seriousness for the three of them. Putting aside the number of people on both sides, just Mu Han alone was enough to suppress Gu Li and Qi Lin. From the looks of it, Xiao Yan's battle had already ended before it had even begun. When these half-martial emperors heard that Xiao Yan's group had actually taken the initiative to fight against Imodi's group, they could not help but feel shocked by their bold actions. They knew that they were no match for Imodi's group, yet they still wanted to fight. This was akin to a life-and-death struggle. I have long heard that you, Yan Xiao, have few opponents in the ancient savage city. Ever since you came to the ancient savage city, you have not been defeated. Even a few 7-star half-emperors have been defeated by your hands. I really don't know if you are really as powerful as the rumors say or if those few fellows are just trash. Zhang Hao, who was in Mod's group, strode to Yan Bing's side and stared at Xiao Yan with a disdainful grin. The fighting energy in his body had already been circulated to every part of his body, and he was ready to strike at any time. Even though Xiao Yan's battle accomplishments were godly, in his heart, the Xiao Yan before him was only a 3-star half-martial emperor. How could the disparity between two half-martial emperors be so easily made up for? Today, he, Zhang Hao, would trample on Yan Xiao in front of everyone. He would trample on Yan Xiao's legendary battle record and let the entire wildlands know that Yan Xiao was just an arrogant clown. Only he, Zhang Hao, was the true dragon among men. He wanted to use Xiao Yan as a stepping stone to improve his reputation. However, while he was thinking in this manner in his heart, he had forgotten that he was a 7-star half-martial emperor. Even if he had defeated Xiao Yan, what could defeating a 3-star half-martial emperor do to him? In the eyes of others, this was merely something within reason. However, once he was defeated, not only would it be a psychological blow to his confidence, it would also continue Xiao Yan's undefeated legend in the ancient savage city. Faced with Zhang Hao's clamor, Xiao Yan had a mocking expression on his face. He turned his head and said with a smile, "If you want to know whether my strength is real or fake, why do you need to talk? Why don't you just come and try me?" As his voice sounded, Xiao Yan clenched his hand and the dark heavy buster sword immediately appeared in his hand. With a wave of the heavy buster sword, the wind whistled and the sound of sonic booms resounded incessantly. When Zhang Hao saw this scene, it was exactly what he wanted. He forcefully waved his hand and a long sword appeared with a flicker. The body of the sword was bitingly cold. As the blade of the sword swayed, it reflected a dazzling light. Zhang Hao's body moved and the long sword immediately streaked across the sky. As the thin and sharp body of the sword swayed, it appeared like a water snake flickering with cold light as it violently pierced towards Xiao Yan. When Zhang Hao passed by Yan Bing, the latter's words of warning entered his ears. "Don't be careless. He is indeed not as simple as you imagine him to be." Hearing Yan Bing's warning words, Zhang Hao's originally confident heart couldn't help but waver. Yan Bing's words were truly overestimating this Yan Xiao too much. No matter what, he had followed Yan Xiao for so many years. Now, after hearing Yan Xiao's words, he had been reduced to being inferior to a 3-star half-martial emperor brat. How could his state of mind remain calm? The more Yan Bing spoke of Xiao Yan like this, the more he wanted to prove himself. He wanted to let Yan Bing know that as a 7-star half-martial emperor, he was absolutely not someone a mere 3-star half-martial emperor could compare to. Ha! Following a frightening shout, the long sword danced. The feminine body of the sword swayed along with it. Like a water snake, it ruthlessly pierced towards Xiao Yan's head. Xiao Yan's expression did not change. He slightly raised the huge ruler in his hand. With a wave of his arm, the wide huge ruler ferociously smashed towards the incoming long sword. One hard and one soft, one thick and one thin. The two weapons formed an enormous contrast, giving one an indescribably strange feeling. Ding! At the moment when the huge ruler was smashed over, the long sword that was like a water snake was like a leech. It clung onto the body of the huge ruler. The tip of the sword lightly touched the body of the ruler and a clear collision sound was emitted. Xiao Yan couldn't help but frown. As for the long sword, it continued to pierce through. It dodged the huge ruler and continued to pierce towards Xiao Yan's face. This fellow's moves are really strange. Although it looks like he is coming close to my heavy Xian ruler, in reality, he has only collided with the heavy Xian ruler a few times. This fellow's attacks are completely relying on dodging the huge ruler. Surging spiritual strength poured out. Zhang Hao's movements were all seen by Xiao Yan. With regards to this sword that was so close to him, Xiao Yan could not help but feel a little astonished in his heart. However, in the next moment, the corners of Xiao Yan's mouth curled into a sneer. Although Zhang Hao's moves were tricky and ruthless, they relied on dodging to find an opening to attack. This kind of move was useless in front of an alchemist. Standing at the back, when Yan Bing saw the sneer at the corners of Xiao Yan's mouth, he immediately felt that something was wrong. Previously, he had already warned Zhang Hao not to underestimate his opponent. However, he did not expect that this fellow would actually turn a blind eye to his words. He was only anxious to show off. Now, it seemed that Zhang Hao was going to suffer. However, at this moment, Zhang Hao, who was completely unaware of all of this, was looking at Xiao Yan with disdain. The long sword in his hand had already arrived in front of Xiao Yan. At such a close distance, it was impossible for him to dodge. Furthermore, the huge ruler in his hand could not be used in time to block. Therefore, Xiao Yan was unable to dodge this attack. Gu Li and Qi Lin, who were originally rather confident in Xiao Yan, could not help but feel that things were not going well for Xiao Yan when they saw the scene in front of them. Only when Gu Li also noticed the expression on Xiao Yan's face did he press down Qi Lin, who was about to attack, by the side. He. Yan Xiao, you are only a so-so. You can't even take a single attack from me. Zhang Hao's face was sinister as he laughed wildly. Xiao Yan smiled and did not reply. However, in the instant that the long sword attacked, his idle left hand suddenly lifted. Spiritual strength crazily gushed out from between his eyebrows and swiftly formed an invisible palm in front of Xiao Yan. The movement of the invisible palm was exactly the same as the movement of Xiao Yan's extended left hand. In the next moment, Xiao Yan raised his left hand in front of him. Both of his eyes stared intently at the long sword that was ferociously thrusting towards him. The sharp wind caused Xiao Yan's face to be a little stupefied. However, Xiao Yan turned a blind eye to this. As the long sword attacked, Xiao Yan's raised hand suddenly clenched tightly. At the same time, he roared in his heart. Heaven-class soul skill, heavenly hand. As the roar in his heart sounded, the invisible palm instantly solidified and formed a huge palm in the empty space in front of Xiao Yan. As Xiao Yan's left hand clenched tightly, the huge palm also grabbed the long sword that was coming towards Xiao Yan. A frightening strength continued to compress the long sword in his hand. Under such a frightening pressure, the strong dou qi that was contained in the longsword finally erupted uncontrollably after a few breaths. The huge palm could not help but tremble. Xiao Yan coldly snorted and exerted strength in his palm once again. Spiritual strength crazily gushed out and the heavenly hand's strength instantly soared. It actually forcefully squeezed the long sword in the center of his palm. Seeing this, Zhang Hao's heart instantly turned pale with fright. He wanted to dodge and retreat, but Xiao Yan would not let him off so easily. He suddenly waved his right hand and the heavy Xian ruler that Zhang Hao had cleverly dodged earlier suddenly jerked. Following this, he waved it ferociously. The wide ruler's body brought about a sharp sound as it tore through the empty space. A frightening wind pressure directly faced Zhang Hao's face. In the next moment, under Zhang Hao's horrified gaze, the wide and huge ruler ruthlessly smashed onto his face. Instantly, the somewhat muffled sound of bones shattering was quietly emitted. Zhang Hao only felt that his entire body was in a semi-conscious state. The dizziness that came from the depths of his mind almost caused him to faint. However, the intense pain caused him to truly experience the feeling of being crushed. This caused him to be in a state where he did not know whether he was dead or alive. Seeing Zhang Hao being sent flying, Xiao Yan's heart immediately felt refreshed. Ever since he had used the heavy Xian ruler to slap Luo Jin's face, he seemed to be addicted to this feeling. Just now, he had casually tried it out. He did not expect the effect to be so out of his expectations. The collision between Xiao Yan and Zhang Hao had only occurred for a short moment. By the time everyone recovered, all they saw was the scene of Zhang Hao being sent flying by the huge ruler. Bastard! Seeing Zhang Hao being sent flying by the huge ruler, a furious expression immediately surged onto Yan Bing's indifferent face. She cursed angrily from her mouth and her body suddenly flashed as she charged toward Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan, who originally wanted to continue attacking Zhang Hao to prevent future troubles, saw Yan Bing actually rushing over. His expression could not help but change slightly. However, immediately after, Gu Li, who was beside him, laughed out loud and said, "Don't worry and just cripple that guy. Let us deal with this guy first." Xiao Yan nodded. Gu Li and Gu Li also swept past Xiao Yan and rushed towards Yan Bing. When Xiao Yan's gaze once again landed on Zhang Hao's body, he had already quickly regained consciousness. However, his entire person looked battered and exhausted. His entire face had become extremely distorted. His entire face looked like a metal pancake from one side. Because his left eye socket had been struck by the huge ruler, a corner of his flesh and bones had been forcibly shattered. At this moment, it was unknown where it had gone. His entire face was dripping with blood. His entire person had been disfigured. It looked extremely terrifying. Even Xiao Yan could not help but feel a burst of fear in his heart when he saw this scene. However, even though this was the case, Zhang Hao was still filled with unwillingness. Amidst a hoarse roar that sounded like the roar of a demonic beast, Zhang Hao once again charged explosively towards Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan shook his head with a face filled with disdain. He knew that although Zhang Hao appeared to be battered and exhausted, his overall strength was not much inferior to his. However, the latter's current appearance had truly caused Xiao Yan to not have the heart to continue fighting with him. A 7-star half-martial emperor is only a so-so. Let him play with you. After a disdainful sneer sounded, Xiao Yan retrieved his gaze. At the same time, he casually waved his hand at Zhang Hao. A black ray of light immediately shot out explosively. Like a cannonball, it ruthlessly shot towards Zhang Hao. Don't let me see him again. It's disgusting. As the black shadow flew out, Xiao Yan's tone was indifferent as he gave the order. In the next instant, before Zhang Hao's astonished gaze, the black shadow ruthlessly collided with him. Only after the other people beside him had moved aside did Xiao Yan slowly raise his gaze and look at Mu Han, who had been standing in the air and staring at him the entire time. Chapter 298. In the lightning pool in the sky, an intense battle was currently being carried out. Yan Bing was fighting against Gu Li and Jilin by herself. However, she was not at a disadvantage. When she attacked, she also had some leeway. This allowed her to fight more freely. On the other side, the battle between Zhang Hao and the Northern King was much more obvious. The Northern King was only a puppet. However, unlike other puppets, it was not an ordinary puppet. When Xiao Yan was refining the Northern King, he had sealed all the battle experience of his original body, the Northern Dragon King, into the Northern King. This allowed the Northern King to not only not feel pain, but also display the might of a 6-star half-martial emperor. Adding on the indestructible puppet body, even with Zhang Hao's strength as a 7-star half-martial emperor, he was unable to break through the Northern King's body. Thus, before the Northern King's most primitive and violent punches and kicks, Zhang Hao, who was a peak late-stage 7-star half-martial emperor, could only take a beating. At this moment, Yan Bing was being restrained by Gu Li and Jilin, and Zhang Hao was being tyrannical by the Northern King. At this moment, only Xiao Yan, MOD, Old Freak Hu and the strongest person present, the 9-star half-martial emperor Mu Han, were still standing steadily in the sky. At this moment when the battle was being carried out fiercely, those half-martial emperors who had originally come over to cultivate and devour lightning energy were all dumbstruck when they saw Xiao Yan using the most violent method to send a 7-star half-martial emperor flying. They had all heard of how powerful Xiao Yan was. They also knew that Xiao Yan had defeated several 7-star half-martial emperors. However, it was the first time that they had seen someone send a 7-star half-martial emperor flying with a single strike of a ruler. TSK, this Yan Xiao is truly a heaven-defying individual. A 3-star half-martial emperor sent a 7-star half-martial emperor flying. If this news were to spread, Yan Xiao's name would likely shake the entire southern region. Not only that, not only does his master possess frightening strength, even that puppet of his is actually this powerful. A puppet with the strength of a half-martial emperor. In the entire southern region, only that power would possess such a thing. Could it be that Yuan Shao came from there? The few quasi-emperors couldn't help but exclaim as they stared at the North King who was torturing Zhang Hao. When that faction was mentioned, the expressions of the few half-martial emperors around him involuntarily changed. If this was the case, Yuan Shao, who was in front of them, was someone that they could not afford to offend. Yes, no matter what, everyone, if there is a need later, I think that it would be better for us to try our best to help him. After all, regardless of whether Yuan Shao is a member of that faction or not, his future growth potential is something that both of us can see. Helping him once will not be a loss. After a moment of silence, an old man with the strength of an 8-star half-martial emperor quietly said to the several people beside him. Hearing what the old man said, the other half-martial emperors muttered to themselves for a moment. Then, they looked to each other and shook their heads. The growth potential of this Yuan Shao before them was indeed worthy of them helping him. However, one must not forget that what Xiao Yan was facing right now was not as simple as an 8-star half-martial emperor. As a 9-star half-martial emperor, Mu Han was a true giant in the ancient city of Wildlands. Even if Xiao Yan's talent was frightening, what could he do in front of Mu Han? He would still be unable to escape the fate of being killed. Thus, these half-martial emperors would not offend a 9-star half-martial emperor for a person who was about to die. Seeing this, the 8-star half-martial emperor old man could only helplessly sigh. He no longer said anything and turned his head to continue watching the situation of the battle. The one with the surname Hu, you go and help Yan Bing. This old man will personally take care of this brat. Seeing that old monster who was beside Mod, was also staring at Xiao Yan, Mu Han immediately frowned and said to the latter in a deep voice. Hearing that, old monster whose relaxed brows also started to frown. He glanced at Mu Han and discovered that the latter was looking at him with a fierce expression. Although old monster who was dissatisfied in his heart, he could only silently nod his head due to the latter's strength. Old monster who casually glanced at Mod, who was coldly watching from the side, and narrowed his eyes. Then, his body moved and he flew toward the battle between Yan Bing and the other two. When old monster who flew past Xiao Yan, a weak voice that only he could hear entered his ears. Help me stall Yan Bing. Those simple words caused old monster whose gaze to immediately become sharp. He nodded his head imperceptibly and his speed instantly increased. After flying past Xiao Yan, old monster whose figure rapidly rushed toward the battle between Yan Bing and the others. The corner of Xiao Yan's mouth was lifted into an ice-cold smile. He lifted his eyes and coincidentally met Mu Han's eyes. Mu Han's eyes stared intently at Xiao Yan. When he saw the cold smile on the corner of the latter's mouth, he involuntarily felt a little strange in his heart. With a cold snort, Mu Han tossed aside the worry in his heart. His feet stepped on empty air as he walked toward Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan faced Mu Han, who was heading toward him. He slowly withdrew the cold smile on the corner of his mouth. The dou qi in his body was quietly circulated to every part of his body, preparing to deal with Mu Han's attack at any moment. At the same time, old monster whose figure had already appeared not far behind Yan Bing on the other side. Yan Bing involuntarily frowned when he sensed old monster whose aura behind him. Old monster whose actions caused him to feel a little strange. Soon after, Gu Li and Qi Lin in front of him once again unleashed their dou skills and violently charged toward him. Faced with these two people in front of him, Yan Bing did not dare to be careless in his heart. The dou qi in his body wildly poured out. Various kinds of frightening dou skills were repeatedly shot out, blocking the two people in front of him. However, just as the battle between the three of them was becoming more and more intense, a shriveled hand appeared behind Yan Bing and firmly imprinted itself on her back with unparalleled power. Bang! Immediately, the dou qi that had been agglomerated in his palm wildly poured out. It invaded the interior of Yan Bing's body and wantonly destroyed his internal organs, qi paths, and dou qi in a destructive manner. At the same time, Yan Bing's body suddenly stiffened. The Do skill in his palm had lost the support of his Do Chi. Under the attack of Gu Li and Qi Lin, it could only endure for a short couple of breaths before it exploded with a bang. The remaining might smashed into Yan Bing's body, causing his body to fly back uncontrollably. The appearance of this scene caused Mod and the others in the battleground to immediately turn pale with fright. Their faces involuntarily revealed a shocked expression. No matter how they thought about it, they had never expected that the 8-star bandit, Old Monster Who, would actually suddenly betray them at such a moment in this big battle that they were almost certain to win. It was really hard to imagine. It should be known that in such a high-level big battle, the betrayal of any random bandit expert would have an enormous impact on the entire battle. Hence, the sudden betrayal of Old Monster Who at this moment caused them to feel frightened. Not only that, but those bandit experts outside of the battleground also felt a little surprised when they saw that Old Monster Who was originally on Mod's side, had suddenly betrayed them. They were all aware that Old Monster Who was paid by someone to help them eliminate a calamity. Logically speaking, he should do his best to help Mod. However, the current situation was the complete opposite. At this moment, not only Mod, but even these outsiders were unable to guess the reason behind this. Chapter 299. Old Demon Who, you're crazy. Yan Bing, who had been sent flying back thousands of miles, stopped her body with great difficulty. She first spat out a large mouthful of scarlet blood mixed with pieces of her internal organs. After which, she lifted her head to look at Old Demon Who with a pale face. Her expression was ferocious as she angrily roared. However, in the face of Yan Bing's angry roar, Old Demon Who only grinned. His sinisterly white teeth revealed a mocking smile. In addition to his sneering eyes, this caused Yan Bing's heart to become even more furious when she saw it. Old Monster Who, what you're doing is going against our previous agreement. When Yan Bing's angry roar sounded, Mod lifted his gaze. A pair of sinister old eyes stared intently at Old Demon Who. His expression was extremely gloomy as he spoke in a deep voice. Hearing this, Old Demon Who turned his gaze with a sneer on his face. His gaze shot toward Mod as he crossed his arms in front of his chest. Oh. Agreement? What agreement? When Old Demon Whose words left his mouth, Mod's expression became slightly serious. After which, his expression immediately became ugly. The hands that were hidden under his sleeves slowly clenched. Mod was so angry that his face trembled. A long while later, he angrily shouted in a cold voice. What do you mean by this? Don't tell me that you want to turn your back on us. Old Demon Who once again laughed coldly. He glanced at Gu Li and Qi Lin beside him before turning his gaze away and laughing mockingly. Don't tell me that you can't see that I have already turned my back on you. You. This time, Mod was really angry. He sucked in large mouthfuls of cold air as if he wanted to calm the anger in his chest. His skinny body continuously trembled because the anger in his heart had already caused him to be unable to calm down. Fine. Even if you want to turn your back on me, please give me a reason. Finally, Mod took a deep breath with great difficulty. His emotions stabilized slightly. His scarlet eyes stared at Old Demon Who as he spoke in a slightly hoarse voice. Old Demon Who laughed coldly. His gaze glanced at Xiao Yan on the other side. Noticing Old Demon Who's gaze, Xiao Yan smiled. His eyes were filled with an indescribable meaning. My rule is that if I take someone's money, I have to solve their problems. Since I've taken the money, I naturally have to work. Impossible. I was the one who made the agreement with you. That brat wouldn't have recognized you before you arrived in the wildlands. As soon as Old Weirdo Who spoke, Mod immediately shouted angrily. It is true that there is an agreement between us. However, Mr. Yen Xiao has offered an even higher price. Moreover, he has already paid his remuneration. As for you, it seems that the medicinal pills on you have already been used up in order to auction off that lightning invitation. Mod was at a loss for words. How could he have known that there would be such a fellow at the auction who had more emperor-grade pills than him? If it were not for this reason, he would not have taken out the only 4 emperor-grade pills he had. Yen Xiao. It's you again, Yen Xiao. Mod involuntarily roared. His heart was incomparably furious. However, he knew that he was no match for Xiao Yan no matter what. Hence, he turned his head to look at Mu Han. At this moment, the only person present who could deal with Xiao Yan's group was him. Master Mu, that's enough. I didn't expect that you would dare to betray me after being intimidated by me. Your courage is commendable. Mu Han looked at old weirdo who with an ice-cold expression as he spoke with a calm smile. It was as if all of this was unimportant. Old weirdo who frowned slightly and narrowed his eyes. His body moved back slightly without anyone noticing. Mu Han was not in the mood to pay attention to old weirdo whose little movements. He turned his gaze back to Xiao Yan and said with a smile, however, you are quite capable. No wonder those 7-star half-martial emperors could not suppress you. Your strength has indeed surpassed your cultivation level. Xiao Yan's gaze turned cold. He did not dare to be careless. As a 9-star half-martial emperor, it was too easy for Mu Han to deal with him. Although he had the Sky Annihilation Step, his strength was limited and he was unable to unleash the true might of the Sky Annihilation Step. Hence, in the upcoming battle, once Mu Han attacked, Xiao Yan had to prepare for the worst. Swoosh, a sharp sound of wind breaking resounded. Xiao Yan's expression instantly turned grave. His body moved and he was about to retreat. However, the space in front of him shattered and Mu Han appeared in front of Xiao Yan. He waved his hand and sent a palm strike towards Xiao Yan's chest. Seeing this scene, Xiao Yan's expression turned grave. He knew that it was too late for him to dodge. He could only quickly circulate the dou qi within his body and gather it in his palm. He fiercely met the incoming palm strike head-on. Humph. You overestimate yourself. With a cold snort, the might of Mu Han's palm immediately soared. Turbulent dou qi agglomerated on his palm, emitting a glaring golden glow. Wherever the palm passed, the empty space would be shattered. The frightening wind pressured everyone until they could not breathe. Xiao Yan faced the fierce astral wind head-on and the pressure in his heart increased. Is this the strength of a 9-star half-emperor? As expected, it isn't something that an 8-star half-emperor can compare to. Xiao Yan thought in his heart. At the same time, the dou qi within his body frantically condensed in his palm. If he didn't use his full strength when facing an expert like Mu Han, the only outcome that awaited him was death. Boom! When the two palms collided, terrifying dou qi exploded from their palms. In merely a few breaths' time, Xiao Yan's complexion suddenly turned pale. Before he could react, he was sent flying by Mu Han's palm strike. After Xiao Yan stabilized his body with great difficulty, he involuntarily vomited a mouthful of blood. His complexion instantly turned deathly pale and his originally vigorous aura rapidly weakened. However, compared to the injuries on his body, what shocked Xiao Yan even more was Mu Han's strength. Even an 8-star half-emperor wouldn't be able to easily break through Xiao Yan's palm strike. However, Mu Han was able to break through Xiao Yan's palm strike as easily as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. From this, it could be seen how frightening his strength was. A 9-star half-emperor was indeed not in existence that an 8-star half-emperor could compare to. Until this moment, half of Xiao Yan's body was still in a numb state. This was all thanks to the strength of his physical body. Otherwise, if it was someone with a weaker body, even if that person was a 7-star half-D, it was likely that that person would have at least lost an arm under Mu Han's palm. Seeing that Xiao Yan's injuries weren't serious, Mu Han couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly as he softly exclaimed. Evidently, he was also slightly astonished by the result of his palm strike. However, he quickly regained his senses and stared at Xiao Yan with an astonished gaze. His eyes narrowed as he said in a deep voice, I didn't expect that not only do you possess exceptional strength, you've even cultivated your physical body to such an extent. This can be considered your capital, right? No wonder you were able to receive my attack head-on. Speaking till this point, Mu Han's tone paused for a moment as he looked at Xiao Yan with interest. After a short while, he continued to speak. However, if this is all you have, it is still far from enough. Go ahead and use all of your abilities. Allow me to experience exactly what you, Yan Xiao, have relied on to defeat a 7-star half-martial emperor despite being 4 stars above you. After he finished speaking, Mu Han was about to stand up and attack again. However, in the next instant, he frowned again. Not far away from him, 2 figures rapidly flew over and blocked his path. These 2 people were Gu Li and Qi Lin. When the 2 of them appeared, their gazes were directed at Mu Han as they released their Do Qi. They were prepared to fight Mu Han at any moment. Yan Xiao, you should leave first. Let us block him first. After that, we'll find an opportunity to leave. Just as Gu Li finished speaking, Mu Han immediately let out a cold snort and said, "Humph. Leave. None of you should even think of leaving this place today." After he finished speaking, Mu Han's heart moved and a torrential soul power rapidly spread out from between his eyebrows. At the same time, the shriveled hand under his sleeve suddenly waved. Rays of golden light shot out and quickly surrounded the entire space. Chapter 300. When the golden light shot out, the faces of everyone present quickly became solemn. This is a formation. Xiao Yan's eyes scanned his surroundings and involuntarily frowned. In the blink of an eye, the entire space was covered by the golden light. Hundreds of golden lights scattered in the empty space. Under Mu Han's control, each cluster of golden light spread out to form a barrier. All the barriers joined together and sealed Mu Han's group, as well as Xiao Yan's group, within them. Although Xiao Yan wanted to use the sky extinction step to leave this place, the barriers had already been joined together. Regardless of how fast he was unable to leave this space. Gu Li and Qi Lin's faces were grave as they looked at the barrier. Compared to an alchemist, a formation master was truly terrifying in a real battle. The strength of an alchemist was due to the miraculous effects of their medicinal pills. They were able to revive the dead, turn the tides and save lives. On the other hand, a formation master could use the advantage of a formation to attack and defend. Using offense as defense and defense as offense. Compared to an alchemist who restrained his edge, a formation master's edge was completely exposed. Xiao Yan's body moved and arrived in front of the barrier. Although the strength in his body was still present, he was not seriously injured. Hence, Xiao Yan's right fist was tightly clenched when his body paused. His right arm, which had just recovered, was once again filled with strength. Do Qi swiftly gathered in his palm as he lifted his right fist. Xiao Yan's body tilted slightly to the side and his fist violently smashed downwards. Octane blast. Clang. The ferocious fist carried a frightening strength as it smashed onto the barrier. In the end, a clear sound similar to that of a bell was emitted in exchange for circular ripples that appeared like water waves. The ripples disappeared and the barrier returned to its original state. Its undamaged appearance caused Xiao Yan's heart to involuntarily sink a little. The sturdiness of this barrier had far exceeded his imagination. Xiao Yan's octane blast appeared to have little effect in front of this barrier. Although it was able to scatter some of the energy on the barrier, the entire barrier would once again return to its original state in the blink of an eye. If this continued, even if Xiao Yan punched 100 times, he still wouldn't be able to break the barrier. When Gu Li and Qi Lin saw this, they couldn't help but feel a slight chill in their hearts. With the defensive strength of this barrier, it was likely that the 3 of them would have to attack together to have a chance of shattering it. However, Mu Han was right before them. If they wanted to restrain Mu Han, only Gu Li and Wang Chang would be able to join hands. Only then would they be able to restrain Mu Han for a short period of time. Once the battle dragged on, they would also be no match for Mu Han. I used a total of 300 formation discs to create this barrier. Even an 8-star half-martial emperor would not be able to break through it if he were to use his full strength for 2 to 4 hours. Do you really think that you can break through it by force? Mu Han's eyes stared at Xiao Yan as the corners of his mouth lifted into a disdainful sneer. As a 9-star half-martial emperor and a rank 3 formation master, he possessed absolute confidence and certainty in being able to defeat a mere Xiao Yan. Hearing Mu Han's words, Xiao Yan's heart grew even heavier. Although Mu Han's words were more or less exaggerated, the terror of this barrier was real. Xiao Yan had no choice but to admit that with his current strength, it would indeed be very difficult for him to break through this barrier. Boom! However, just when Xiao Yan's heart was feeling heavy, a thunder-like explosion suddenly sounded from behind Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan's face was filled with shock the moment this explosion was emitted. He ignored the waves of pain that were being emitted from the remaining injuries within his body. His body suddenly moved, and the sky extinction step was unleashed. After which, he turned around and pulled back. However, when Xiao Yan raised his head to look at the location of the explosion with a frightened expression, his expression could not help but become stunned in the next instant. Outside the barrier, there was an old man who was forming seals with both of his hands. In the void before him, a huge finger that was emitting golden light was rapidly condensing. Seeing Xiao Yan's gaze shooting over, the old man immediately laughed out loud and said, "Ha ha ha, I have long heard that Xiao Yan is very talented. However, I have long heard that although Mr. Yan Xiao looks simple, his strength far surpasses his cultivation." This old man still did not believe it. However, after seeing it today, Mr. is indeed a dragon amongst men. Ha ha ha. Mister, you are too kind. However, I wonder why you are doing this. Hearing the old man's words of praise, Xiao Yan cupped his hands and replied with a smile. Ha, this old man is also a person who loves talents. Seeing that Mr. Yan Xiao is in trouble, I am willing to lend you a hand. In that case, many thanks to Mr. for lending a hand. Hearing these words, Xiao Yan's heart immediately relaxed. Following which, a smile of having survived a disaster appeared on his face. He hurriedly cupped his hands and thanked the old man. Ha, Mr. Yan Xiao is too courteous. My name is Zhongli, Mr. Yan Xiao can just call me by my name. This old man shall not be courteous and call you Brother Yan Xiao. Brother Zhongli. Xiao Yan immediately laughed out loud. Someone had lent a helping hand. This originally caused Xiao Yan to be extremely surprised. Currently, it was merely a form of address. Naturally, Xiao Yan would not hesitate at all. After the two of them spoke, the huge finger in front of Zhongli was completely condensed. After which, he casually pointed. The golden finger carried an earth-shattering and terrifying aura as it violently smashed towards the barrier. Boom! Another explosion sounded. The entire barrier that was formed by the formation immediately trembled. Wave after wave of energy ripples swiftly spread over the barrier. However, even though this was the case, the barrier was still intact after the strength of the golden finger was completely exhausted. Seeing this scene, Zhongli involuntarily frowned. This formation of Mu Han's was indeed quite extraordinary. Humph! Zhongli, it is unexpected that even you dare to intervene in this matter of the old man. This brat has really given all of you a great amount of courage. Mu Han's face was gloomy as he looked at Zhongli. His words were filled with disdain. Do you really think that you can defeat the old man with just your motley crew? A low and deep stern cry sounded. Spiritual strength immediately surged out wildly from between Mu Han's eyebrows. The seals in his hands swiftly changed and the large formation that covered the entire space also began to change. Mu Han waved his hand and a couple of rays of light shot out. They swiftly entered the formation and disappeared. Ha! With a stern cry, Mu Han's body suddenly shot explosively towards the ghoulie duo. At the same time, he flipped his palm and Doqi gathered. A palm was violently thrown towards the two of them. Bang! A frightening Doqi wave swiftly swept out with the three of them in the middle. It violently smashed onto the barrier and formed circular ripples. After a couple of breaths, the arm of Mu Han, who was clashing with the ghoulie duo, suddenly shook. Frightening Doqi once again poured out and forcefully shattered the Doqi of the two. The ghoulie duo were also implicated when their Doqi was broken. They let out a muffled groan. Their faces were somewhat pale as they swiftly pulled back. When their bodies came to a stop, the palms under their sleeves trembled uncontrollably. The strength of a 9-star ban emperor was indeed frightening. Even though the two of them had attacked together, it was still incomparably difficult for them to block Mu Han. Yan Xiao, quick, break the barrier and quickly leave this place. If this drags on any longer, this fellow will become serious. At that time, it is likely that none of us will be able to escape. Quick! Gu Li's stern cry was once again transmitted over. Xiao Yan's expression was grave as he turned his head around. His gaze once again gathered on the barrier in front of him. Although there was only him and Zhongli, this barrier was really extraordinary. After being strengthened by Mu Han earlier, this barrier was even harder to break. Damn it! I don't believe that I am unable to deal with this broken barrier when I have already killed an 8-star ban emperor. Seeing the increasingly grave expressions on the faces of the Gu Li duo, the current Xiao Yan finally became completely serious. Chapter 301. God Seal Skill. Ancient God Seal. Break it. The God Seal skill was quickly unleashed. A huge golden hand was accompanied by a destructive aura as it ruthlessly smashed onto the barrier. However, the final result was the same as before. It only stirred a circular energy ripple. Once the ripple disappeared, the barrier once again returned to its original state. Damn it! Does this broken formation not have any loopholes? Xiao Yan involuntarily let out a stern and furious roar after seeing the barrier once again return to its original state. Although they had Zhong Li's help, it was likely that the both of them would need at least 2 hours to shatter this barrier with their strength. However, it was impossible for the Gu Li duo to do so within 2 hours. With Mu Han's strength, he could completely rely on his own strength to suppress the two of them if he were to go all out. Just like the current situation, if this were to continue, it was likely that Gu Li and Gu Li would be completely defeated in at most an hour. At that time, Xiao Yan could only rely on himself to face Mu Han alone. Old Demon Hu, on the other hand, had swiftly left after finishing off Yan Bing while Xiao Yan's group and Mu Han were not paying attention. It was clearly too late to search for him now. Hence, he was the first person who could not be relied on. He, smelly brat, what is it? Without this old man, you must not feel good fighting alone, right? Gu Yu's faint mocking laughter was finally transmitted at this critical moment. It was like a life-saving straw, causing Xiao Yan to rejoice in his heart. Old Gu, quickly help me take a look at how I can break this formation. Xiao Yan did not have the mood to joke around with Gu Yu's mocking words. He hurriedly opened his mouth and inquired about the trouble he was currently facing. Gu Yu involuntarily spat at Xiao Yan upon hearing this question. Only then did he investigate the barrier in front of him. This formation is not bad. A moment later, Gu Yu, who was within Xiao Yan's body, uttered a sentence that caused Xiao Yan's expression to change. His heart felt grave as he praised. However, Gu Yu quickly opened his mouth and smiled at Xiao Yan. However, that's only for you. If it were me, I wouldn't even look at it. Hearing this, Xiao Yan's tense heart relaxed once again. His body softened. Xiao Yan's head was covered in cold sweat as he spoke to Gu Yu in his heart. Old man, I'll have to trouble you to finish your sentence in one go next time. Otherwise, even if I'm not beaten to death by him, I'll be scared to death by you. Gu Yu smiled embarrassedly and then returned to normal. He checked the barrier in front of Xiao Yan again and then smiled at Xiao Yan. Although a formation master is different from an alchemist, the formation of a formation also originates from spiritual strength. You should be clear about this point. Xiao Yan nodded in his heart. It must be said that a formation master and an alchemist were essentially the same. The only difference was that one specialized in strength, while the other specialized in defense. This spirit formation is merely the most ordinary spirit formation. It uses the power of 300 formation discs to condense and form a spirit formation to trap someone within it. A spirit formation as large as this would, at the very most, be able to trap some ordinary 8-star half-martial emperors. Furthermore, it would not be able to trap them for long. However, to the current Muhan, this spirit formation is sufficient. Xiao Yan carefully listened to Gu Yu's analysis. His body remained motionless. This caused Zhongli, who was outside the boundary, to be surprised. He did not believe that Xiao Yan was someone who would give up so easily. On the other side, the Guli duo had solemn expressions as they did their best to resist Muhan. From the corner of their eyes, they saw that Xiao Yan was actually standing motionless in the air. The two of them could not help but be startled. However, because of this, they were almost seriously injured by Muhan. This fellow, what exactly is he doing? If this continues, we won't be able to hold on any longer. After another collision, Gu Li and Qi Lin were forced back 1,000 feet by Muhan. The two of them quickly glanced at Xiao Yan. Qi Lin frowned and spoke with a solemn expression. Gu Li shook his head to express his helplessness. Although he was extremely curious about Xiao Yan, he also felt extremely helpless. Ha, you dare to be distracted while fighting with this old man? At this moment, Muhan's bone-chilling laughter was heard once again. The two of them swiftly moved and once again entered into a difficult and bitter battle with Muhan. Buzz, suddenly, Xiao Yan, who had his eyes shut, opened them. His aura once again recovered to its peak. His sharp gaze swept across the barrier. However, it was like a cold blade had swept past, leaving behind a thin scratch on the barrier. Huh! Zhongli, who was outside the barrier, involuntarily let out a surprised exclamation when he saw the sudden change in Xiao Yan's aura. Soon after, Xiao Yan's body suddenly shook. A thought passed through his mind and the dragon phoenix bloodline in his body was instantly activated. Both of his arms swiftly turned into dragon arms. When the dragon arms appeared, regardless of whether it was the visual effect or the invisible ancestor dragon's pressure, it caused one's breathing to become a little heavy. If one was struck by this punch, it was likely that even if one did not use Do Qi, just the barbaric strength alone would be enough to cause one to feel extremely painful. Ha! 8. G. Bang! An explosive cry that paused between each word was like a thunderclap. The enormous fist that was covered in dragon scales violently smashed onto a certain spot on the barrier. 8 layers of hidden force suddenly exploded, stirring up wave-like energy ripples on the barrier. Bang! A fist had just landed when another fist smashed down. The continuous bombardment caused the entire barrier to emit waves of trembling sounds. Clang! 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 Brother Zhongli, lend me a hand. Coming. Just as Xiao Yan's words left his mouth, Zhongli, who was outside, also blasted his palm forward without the slightest hesitation. Terrifying Do Qi poured out like a torrential flood, ruthlessly smashing onto the spot that Xiao Yan had just attacked. That spot was where one of the 300 formation discs of the Great Array was located. Ha! Towering hand. Yellow spring palm. With a stern shout, Xiao Yan's 2 palms violently blasted forward, simultaneously bombarding the barrier in front of him. Terrifying explosions reverberated throughout the entire lightning pool. Compared to the intense battle at Muhan's side, Xiao Yan's attack attracted the attention of these half-martial emperors even more. They had never seen a 3-star half-martial emperor erupt with such terrifying strength that even an 8-star half-martial emperor would feel ashamed of. However, today, they had witnessed it with their own eyes. Under the wild and indiscriminate bombardment of Xiao Yan and Zhongli, the strength of the barrier was gradually weakened. The originally bright golden light barrier appeared dim and lightless at this moment. The thick barrier was only left with a thickness of 2 inches. It appeared as though it was about to collapse at any moment. Even though this was the case, Xiao Yan's and Zhongli's hearts did not dare to be careless. The defensive strength of the barrier in front of them had far exceeded their imagination. After all, it was the strength of 300 formation plates. Even they could not ignore it. Once they relaxed, it was likely that this barrier would recover greatly in an instant. At that time, all their efforts would be in vain. Bang! However, just as Xiao Yan's side was doing their best to shatter the barrier, on the other side, Gu Li and Qi Lin were ultimately no match for Mu Han. The latter fought against the two of them alone and defeated them. After a collision, the two of them were finally unable to endure and were sent flying once again. Blood violently spurted from their mouths, and their faces instantly became as pale as paper. Their deep eyes gradually lost their luster, and their auras fell to the bottom. Although they did not die, they had fallen to the point of being seriously injured. Humph! Two reckless fools. Do you really think that you can fight against this old man? Mu Han coldly laughed. His tone was filled with disdain. If it were not for the special status of these two, why would he have held back? He would have killed them long ago. A long while later, Mu Han finally lifted his somewhat bored eyes and looked towards Xiao Yan, who was continuously bombarding the barrier. The corners of his mouth slowly lifted into an icy smile. This old man wants to see who will be able to protect you without the two of them. Chapter 302. Mu Han waved his hand after his words sounded. Turbulent douqi swiftly agglomerated in his palm, emitting a frightening aura. Soon after, Mu Han's body suddenly moved and he charged explosively towards Xiao Yan. Damn it! Stop him! Seeing Mu Han charging towards Xiao Yan, the expressions of the Gu Li duo immediately changed. They cried out furiously and dragged their injured bodies to block Mu Han. However, Mu Han merely laughed coldly when he saw this. He flipped his hand and an array plate instantly shot out. Two flickering golden lights swiftly agglomerated in the air. God-trapping formation. The Gu Li duo could not help but be slightly startled when they saw this formation. Their originally pale faces immediately became serious. However, before they could dodge, the flickering golden light had already enveloped the two of them. This god-trapping formation had the same function as the large formation that was currently enveloping this entire space. Although there was only one formation plate, its function was not inferior to the large formation. Gu Li still clearly remembered that Mu Han had relied on this formation to trap a 9-star half-martial emperor expert for an entire year. From the beginning to the end, this grand formation had not been broken by that 9-star half-martial emperor in the slightest. Although there was no lack of Mu Han reinforcing the formation, this was sufficient to see how frightening this god-trapping formation was. Fortunately, although this god-trapping formation was powerful and even a 9-star half-martial emperor would not be able to avoid being at a disadvantage, the area that it covered was unusually small. It was only 1,000 feet in radius. Moreover, the most fatal flaw of this god-trapping formation was that it could only be used once every 3 months. Once it was forcefully used, the formation plate would only end up being destroyed. After casually trapping the Gu Li duo, Mu Han's expression once again recovered its iciness. His body moved and in the blink of an eye, he had already arrived behind Xiao Yan. At this moment, Xiao Yan appeared to be completely ignorant. Both of his fists violently smashed the barrier in front of him. However, the strength that he smashed out was much weaker than before. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Yan's strength seemed to have rapidly shrunk. It was incomparably strange. However, the current Mu Han saw that Xiao Yan was already very close to him. Hence, he did not carefully investigate. His body flashed a few times and appeared not far behind Xiao Yan. In the next moment, a ghost-like figure appeared behind Xiao Yan. The shadow of Mu Han's well-built body covered Xiao Yan's seemingly thin and weak body. Mu Han's large palm was swiftly raised. A frightening pressure wantonly spread from his palm. Only at this moment did Xiao Yan appear to have just reacted. A shocked expression on his pale face. However, it faintly revealed a sense of mystery. Ha 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 ha. Yan Xiao, prepare to die. Today, this old man will take revenge for Mo Hui. I will use your blood to comfort Mo Hui's soul in heaven. Although Xiao Yan had awakened at the crucial moment, Mu Han did not give him much time. Seeing the frightened expression on the latter's face, Muhan felt incomparably excited in his heart. He could not help but laugh wildly in a savage manner. By the time Xiao Yan regained his senses and reacted, Muhan's palm, which was filled with power, had already firmly pressed against Xiao Yan's back. Immediately, the turbulent Douqi carried a frightening aura that could topple mountains and overturn seas as it wildly poured out and surged into Xiao Yan's body. Without Muhan's control, the wild and violent Douqi became unusually ferocious. It was as if it had transformed into numerous wild and savage magic beasts that wreaked havoc within Xiao Yan's body. Muhan's face was filled with a savage smile as he looked at Xiao Yan, whose body was rapidly expanding in front of him. Both of his eyes were filled with madness. However, when Xiao Yan's body had expanded to an extremely frightening extent, Muhan finally discovered that something was amiss. Following the explosion of Xiao Yan's body, not a single drop of blood flowed out from under his skin. Instead, there was an illusory and strange fog. That fog was the product that was formed after the spiritual strength had materialized. This is a spiritual avatar. Muhan's expression was shocked as he cried out sternly. His exclamation was like thunder as it resounded within the lightning pool of the void. After Muhan's words sounded, Xiao Yan, whose body had swelled to its limit, revealed an even more frightening smile on the corner of his mouth. Immediately, bang! A frightening explosion resounded across the sky. This was equivalent to the full-force self-destruction of a one-star half-emperor. In the current lightning pool of the void, it could be considered an extremely frightening strength. Clang! 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 The instant Xiao Yan self-destructed, the frightening destructive power ruthlessly smashed into the barrier behind him. The barrier's defense was rapidly weakening at a speed visible to the naked eye. At this moment, the entire battlefield started to violently tremble. Circle after circle of invisible spatial ripples spread out in this space. The frightening might was extremely shocking. When that power swept out, even some of the 7-star half-emperors who had entered the lightning pool of the void involuntarily revealed grave expressions. Although the power produced by the self-destruction was not enough to kill them in one strike, it was enough for them to face it head-on. At the very least, it was impossible for them to ignore it. When those 8-star half-emperors saw Xiao Yan self-destructing, they were shocked by the power produced by the self-destruction. At the same time, they could not help but feel that it was a pity. Xiao Yan was a heaven's pride. If he were to mature, his future achievements would definitely not be inferior to Muhan's. Unfortunately, the heavens were jealous of geniuses. Yan Xiao. Not far behind Zhongli was the edge of the battlefield. It was Xiao Yan who had warned him to withdraw. Originally, when he saw the confident expression on Xiao Yan's face, he also thought that Xiao Yan would have confidence in himself. However, never did he imagine that the ending would be like this. Sigh, how could this brat be so reckless? That guy Muhan is a 9-star half-emperor. Even if you self-destructed, did you really think that you would be able to kill him? Such a great cultivation talent, truly a pity. Zhongli frowned as he looked at the center of the explosion. He could not help but feel pity for Xiao Yan in his heart. He sighed and shook his head. Now that Xiao Yan had self-destructed, it was impossible for him to survive. Thus, Zhongli no longer had the heart to wade into this muddy water. He turned around and prepared to leave. The reason why he had helped Xiao Yan earlier was because he had taken a fancy to Xiao Yan's future potential. However, since this was the result, he would naturally not stay behind and cause trouble for himself. Even though Xiao Yan had self-destructed right beside Muhan, the disparity in strength between the two of them was still there. With Muhan's abilities, he would naturally be able to completely block Xiao Yan's self-destruction. Compared to these outsiders, Gu Li and Qi Lin revealed a slightly relaxed expression at this moment. They naturally knew that the self-destructing Xiao Yan before them was not the real Xiao Yan. Instead, it was only his clone. This was something that the two of them had come to know after the auction. When they had found out that Xiao Yan actually possessed a Band D-class clone, the two of them had sighed in their hearts. The two of them had trained bitterly for half their lives to reach the Band D class. However, in the end, they were actually unable to compare to a clone of Xiao Yan. However, from the looks of the current situation, this clone of Xiao Yan's was indeed not bad. Although its strength could not be compared to the actual body, its usefulness was not the least bit inferior. At the very least, it was able to produce an unexpected effect at such a crucial moment. Ha! A thunder-like cry was emitted. Within the Doqi storm, a bright golden-colored Doqi light pillar suddenly shot upward and entered the endless darkness. At the same time, the fog that had been agglomerated after the storm appeared to have been pulled by something under this stern cry. It spiraled around the light pillar and swiftly flew up. It transformed into numerous fog snakes that disappeared into the empty space. Ha! Brat, you have quite a number of tricks. However, you really overestimate yourself if you think that you can injure the old me with just this. Haha, if you think that my clone is being used to deal with you, you are thinking too much. After the soft laughter sounded, an arm that was covered in purple gold dragon scales appeared from the empty space in front of the barrier at the spot where the explosion had occurred. A fist violently smashed onto the barrier, which was already unable to withstand a single blow. Crack! A clear cracking sound appeared. Mu Han abruptly turned around and saw Xiao Yan standing in front of the shattered barrier. Xiao Yan's face was pale as he smiled at him. Xiao Yan took a large stride forward and stepped out of this large array. Chapter 303. That is. Yan Xiao. Zhong Li's face was filled with shock as he stared at Xiao Yan, who had stepped out of the barrier at this moment. His pair of turbid old eyes revealed a rich surprise. It really is Yan Xiao. Didn't he self-destruct just now? But why, SSS, did Mu Han just say, it's a doppelganger? It's a spiritual doppelganger. After pondering for a while, Zhongli quickly understood. It was no wonder that Xiao Yan was still alive after self-destructing. It turned out that it was not his actual body that had self-destructed, but his spiritual doppelganger. However, it was also because of this that everyone was interested in Xiao Yan's spiritual doppelganger technique. Being able to create a doppelganger that possessed the strength of a half-emperor was much more practical than a puppet. Of course, these people were not so foolish as to fight with Xiao Yan for the cultivation technique. After their previous guesses, they were now even more curious about Xiao Yan's identity. Before they knew the truth, none of them would act rashly. After all, if Xiao Yan was really someone from a large faction, the faction behind him would definitely know who the culprit was if something happened to him. At that time, even if they obtained the cultivation technique and successfully cultivated it, they would still have to pay the price with their lives. Although treasures were good, one needed to be alive to enjoy them. To them, the most precious thing was not their own lives. Good lad. I knew that I would not be wrong. With such a high cultivation talent, how could he be so stupid? Ha 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 ha. After figuring out the reason why Xiao Yan had self-destructed, Zhongli immediately laughed out loud. Hearing this, Zhongli turned his gaze to Zhongli and said with an apologetic smile, I'm sorry, brother Zhongli. I didn't tell you beforehand. Ha, it's fine. As long as you are fine, it's fine. Hee hee, to be honest, I rarely see Master Mu make a fool of himself. Ha 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 ha. After Zhong Li's words sounded, everyone in the square turned their gazes towards Mu Han. When Mu Han heard these words, his originally extremely dark and cold expression instantly turned gloomy. At this moment, Mu Han's aura was still extremely vigorous. There was not a single wound on his body. The self-destruction of Xiao Yan's incarnation did not cause any substantial harm to Mu Han. In fact, it could be said that it was completely useless. However, to everyone's surprise, the current Mu Han appeared to be in an extremely miserable state. The long robe on his body had been completely shattered by the explosion. On his chest, there was an extremely conspicuous palm-sized red mark. From the looks of it, he was not completely unharmed in the explosion earlier. Hiss! When they saw this scene, the surrounding half-martial emperors couldn't help but stare at Mu Han in shock. Their mouths were wide open as they sucked in a breath of cold air. It was hard to imagine that Muhan, who not even a 9-star half-martial emperor could do anything to, would actually be injured by a 3-star half-martial emperor. Although this sort of injury could be ignored, it was still an insult to Muhan. Yan Xiao. Good. Good. You're simply too good. Originally, I still wanted to play with you. However, I never expected that you would insist on seeking death. Since this is the case, don't blame this old man. Muhan's old face was extremely dark and solemn as he sternly cursed. His vicious words were filled with an endless amount of killing intent. A furious golden flame was emitted from his turbid old eyes. Xiao Yan in front of him had truly angered him. However, in the face of Muhan's cold words, Xiao Yan's deathly pale face did not reveal much of an expression. His somewhat unfocused pitch-black eyes slowly lifted up and looked towards Muhan. Xiao Yan deeply inhaled a breath of air and slowly spat out 2 words from his mouth. Noisy, these 2 calm words caused the turbid old eyes of the bandit present to suddenly harden. Their mouths were slightly widened. In an instant, they were so shocked by Xiao Yan's words that they were unable to emit any sound. Xiao Yan's words could be considered extremely overbearing. In the entire ancient city, Xiao Yan was likely the first person who dared to use the word noisy to describe Muhan. Of course, Xiao Yan was also the first person in the history of the ancient city to be able to injure Muhan with the strength of a 3-star half-martial emperor, even if it was only a superficial wound. Similarly, even in the entire southern region, or even the entire continent, those who could injure a 9-star half-martial emperor with the strength of a 3-star half-martial emperor were definitely existences that were as rare as phoenix feathers and qilin horns. And these kinds of people would usually be fancied by some truly great powers. They would be recruited into their sects early on and become a potential asset of that power. At this very moment, the crowd could not help but doubt Xiao Yan's true identity once again. All kinds of guesses continuously emerged in their hearts. A half-martial emperor-level puppet, various kinds of high-class do skills, a strange martial technique clone, and an arrogant and unruly heart. All of these invisibly revealed Xiao Yan's mysterious background to the crowd. At this moment, even Muhan's heart could not help but slightly sink. His originally calm heart had some fluctuations at this moment. If Xiao Yan was really a junior of some great power, then even if he was a 9-star half-martial emperor, he would still attract a fatal disaster. In this world, half-martial emperors could indeed be called experts. However, at the same time, they were also undeniably weak. In other words, they were ants. In front of a true expert, a half-step emperor was only a stage in the entire path of cultivation. Even though a half-step emperor was strong, there were still many people who could dominate a half-step emperor. Never forget that there was no end to cultivation. However, the situation had already been decided. The arrow was already on the bow and he had no choice but to release it. Even if he wanted to stop now, it was already too late. Furthermore, wasn't Muhan's objective in entering the lightning pool this time around for Xiao Yan? Furthermore, Xiao Yan had killed his disciple. A debt of blood must be repaid with blood. This was the way of the heavens. Unknowingly, the relationship between Muhan and Xiao Yan had already reached a point of life and death. Humph. Brat, I don't care where you came from. Since you killed my disciple, this debt of blood must be repaid with your own blood. After a long while, a sinister expression appeared on Muhan's old face once again. His gaze gradually turned sharp as he let out a bloodthirsty shout from the bottom of his heart. Muhan lifted his gaze. His gaze was like a sharp arrow as it shot toward Xiao Yan. An invisible, sharp, overbearing aura caused the empty space between the two of them to become slightly distorted. Seeing this, Xiao Yan couldn't help but furrow his brows. The spiritual energy between his brows rapidly surged out and condensed into a wash-basin-sized formless shield in front of him. However, this shield was a lot weaker than the one he usually condensed. When the incarnation self-destructed, it consumed a lot of spiritual energy. Normally, it wouldn't be a problem. However, at this moment, it was a burden to Xiao Yan. The arrow-like gaze pierced through the spiritual shield and the formless aura was blocked outside. Mu Han took advantage of the opportunity. The moment the spiritual shield dissipated, his figure suddenly flashed and disappeared from his original spot. At the same time, Mu Han's figure suddenly appeared in the space in front of Xiao Yan like a ghost. Then, he ruthlessly pressed his palm against Xiao Yan's chest. However, the instant Mu Han's palm pressed against Xiao Yan's chest, Xiao Yan, who was in front of Mu Han, was actually torn to pieces by the palm wind that followed. Oh! This brat's speed is quite fast. I'm afraid that even an ordinary 8-star half-martial emperor wouldn't be able to achieve such speed. Mu Han's heart trembled slightly. This Xiao Yan was merely a 3-star half-D. If Xiao Yan's strength were to advance, it was likely that even Mu Han would be helpless in the face of this frightening speed. This brat must die in the lightning pool. Otherwise, there will be no end of troubles. Facing Xiao Yan, who was only a 3-star half-martial emperor, Mu Han finally felt a deep sense of seriousness towards Xiao Yan. Chapter 304. Ha! Mu Han's shriveled eagle claw ruthlessly tore through space and tore apart the figure before him. Mu Han's expression became increasingly gloomy. Originally, he had thought that with Mu Han's strength, no matter how fast Xiao Yan was, he would not be a match for him. However, the current situation was different. Zhongli had appeared on Xiao Yan's side. With Zhongli beside Xiao Yan, even Mu Han did not dare to disregard him. Thus, under Zhongli's suppression, Mu Han was unable to do anything to Xiao Yan. Just as Mu Han's body came to a stop, a sharp sound of wind breaking suddenly sounded from behind him. A palm filled with power was ruthlessly smashed toward Mu Han's back. Humph! Zhongli, do you really think that you have the ability to fight against me just because you've broken through to the peak of the 8-star half-martial emperor realm? Today, I'll let you experience what it means to be a 9-star half-martial emperor. Feeling the violent wind coming from behind him, Mu Han's expression became even more gloomy and cold. His arm shook and Douqi gushed out from his palm under his sleeves. The Douqi rapidly gathered in Mu Han's palm. As Zhongli was flying toward him from behind, Mu Han suddenly turned around and smashed his palm against Zhongli's palm. Boom! In an instant, a frightening energy storm swept forth. With the two palms as the center, the formless space started to crumble inch by inch. When the storm dispersed, a figure was miserably sent flying from the center of the explosion. From the looks of it, it was Zhongli. Zhongli's body flew back 100 feet. The muscles on his old face were slightly twitching due to the injuries he had received. A trace of blood involuntarily flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Cough cough, although my strength is inferior to yours, it's fortunate that I'm not like you, whose strength hasn't increased in the slightest in the past several hundred years. Compared to you, my cultivation is much more meaningful. Since you're courting death, I'll kill you first. Just as Zhongli's words left his mouth, a stern shout that was filled with rage was immediately heard. Mu Han snorted. In a flash, he had already appeared on the right side of Zhongli's body. He lifted his right leg and a powerful whip kick ruthlessly smashed into Mu Han's back. Boom! Zhongli's body flew forward uncontrollably. At the same time, he could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. However, there was no fear on his face. Instead, the corners of his mouth curled into a sneer. Mu Han's figure flashed once again and arrived in front of Zhongli. He bent his fingers into a claw and ruthlessly clawed at Zhongli's back. From the looks of it, he wanted to pull out Zhongli's spine. Zhongli's expression involuntarily changed when he saw this. He did not expect Mu Han's attack to be so vicious. Just as he was about to move, Mu Han's speed was faster. In an instant, his eagle claw-like hand had already arrived behind Zhongli and grabbed at his spine. If this claw were to grab him, even if Zhongli did not die, he would likely become a cripple in the future. Zhongli's heart felt heavy when he sensed the fierce aura emanating from Qin Shi, and he could only hope that Qin Shi would be able to swiftly make an appearance at the moment he persisted. Otherwise, his life would really be in danger. Die! Mu Han's face was filled with cruelty. The corner of his mouth curled up into a savage, beast-like smile as he grabbed down. Bang! However, just as Mu Han's hand was about to grab Zhong Li's back, a muffled sound of flesh colliding suddenly rang out between the two of them, just like a balloon bursting. Zhong Li's body continued to fly forward. At this moment, Mu Han, who was behind him, was looking at Xiao Yan in disbelief. His face was filled with astonishment. At this moment, the claw in front of Mu Han, which was originally about to grab Zhong Li, was actually grabbed by Xiao Yan's palm. The huge dragon claw caused Mu Han to be involuntarily startled. However, by the time he reacted, Xiao Yan had already lifted his right leg. A powerful whip kick had already ruthlessly smashed onto Mu Han's chest. Bang! Mu Han's body was like a football as it drew an arc in the air. However, he quickly stabilized his body. When he lifted his head, his pitch-black eyes suddenly became bone-chilling, causing one to shudder. Octane Blast! With a stern cry, Xiao Yan threw another whip kick at Mu Han. However, just as Xiao Yan's leg was about to reach Xiao Yan's head, Mu Han's eagle claw-like hands suddenly lifted up and firmly locked onto Xiao Yan's ankle. No matter how powerful and overbearing Xiao Yan's Octane Blast was, he was still unable to escape from Mu Han's palm. What? Xiao Yan's heart was immediately shocked when he saw that Mu Han had actually forcefully broken his Octane Blast. His mouth involuntarily let out an exclamation. Mu Han parted his mouth and smiled when he saw this. He revealed a row of dense white teeth as he spoke in an icy cold tone. Humph! Brat, you are delusional to think that you can hurt me with this little strength of yours. You are simply dreaming. Once he said those words, Mu Han used even more strength to lock onto Xiao Yan's ankle. His shriveled finger actually forcefully pierced into the flesh of Xiao Yan's ankle. Bright red blood swiftly flowed out. Xiao Yan's expression was grave. He forcefully twisted his body in the air and kicked Mu Han once again. He wanted to increase the distance between the two of them. Humph! Mu Han once again let out a cold snort in response to this. The hand claw that was grabbing Xiao Yan's ankle abruptly twisted upward with great force. Xiao Yan's body flew up uncontrollably. His seemingly weak body was also flipped over. Without the slightest emotion, Mu Han ruthlessly threw out a punch. Following which, a small formation the size of a palm was successfully formed on Mu Han's fist. The power of Mu Han's punch was even more terrifying. Bang! Following a muffled bang sound, Xiao Yan's face instantly turned red. He widened his mouth and spat out a blood arrow that shot toward Mu Han's face. Mu Han squinted his eyes and the anger in his heart soared. Golden light shot out from his pair of turbid old eyes and quickly formed a protective formation in front of him. He casually broke the blood arrow that was flying towards him. Immediately after, Mu Han quickly formed a seal with both of his hands. Soul power surged out from between his eyebrows like a tidal wave. As the seals changed, a mysterious golden seal that was 100 feet tall appeared in front of Mu Han. Not good. Yan Xiao, retreat quickly. Seeing the golden seal, Zhong Li and Gu Li in the battleground cried out loudly to Xiao Yan at the same time. However, the owner of the golden seal, Mu Han, involuntarily emitted a mocking smile from his mouth in the face of this. At such a close distance, it was impossible for Xiao Yan to dodge it with his current condition. Not to mention that he was only a 3-star half-martial emperor, even an 8-star half-martial emperor wouldn't be able to dodge it. Soul-subduing seal. Go! A low cry that contained some cold laughter sounded. The enormous golden seal in front of Mu Han suddenly emitted a bright and eye-catching golden glow. As the cry from Mu Han's mouth sounded, the glow from the enormous golden seal suddenly shook. It carried a sharp rushing wind sound as it charged toward Xiao Yan. Although the golden seal was 100 feet tall, its speed wasn't slow at all. In addition, the distance between the golden seal and Xiao Yan was only a few hundred feet. Therefore, in the blink of an eye, the golden seal had already arrived in front of Xiao Yan. A frightening hurricane swept across the empty space. The sharp pressure caused people to be unable to breathe. Xiao Yan's body felt numb under the strong wind. The skin and muscles on his face appeared distorted at this moment. However, Xiao Yan's pair of dark black eyes appeared to be as calm as an old well when faced with the approaching golden seal. The spiritual strength between his brows swiftly agglomerated on the surface of his body. The dou qi within his body wildly surged out as though it was free of charge. At this moment, an extremely beautiful fire wheel was rotating at an extremely fast speed under Xiao Yan's sleeves. Xiao Yan stopped his body with some difficulty. He stared at the soul-suppressing seal in front of him. His pitch-black eyes reflected a dazzling golden light. Chapter 305. Inside the lightning pool, the golden barrier slowly dissipated, and the 300 formation discs became useless. Somewhere in the void, Gu Li and Qi Lin were trapped inside the god-trapping formation. The battle between the North King and Zhang Hao was coming to an end. Mod and Yan Bing stood outside the battlefield and watched the battle. Yan Bing's gaze was sharp, while Mod's face was dark. There was a sinister and greedy smile on his face. At this moment, the mighty soul-suppressing seal was emitting a dazzling golden light in the sky. A terrifying pressure was emitted from it. Although it was far away, it still made the half-step emperors who were at the periphery of the battle feel solemn. Mu Han was known as one of the Wildlands' twin hegemons. Naturally, he possessed a certain level of strength. If his cultivation as a 9-star half-emperor was enough to make him one of the two most powerful individuals in the Wildlands' ancient city, then his mastery of formations and dou skills were what gave him this title. The soul-suppressing seal was a mid-human soul skill. Although it wasn't a true dou skill, it was undoubtedly much stronger than Xiao Yan's netherworld divine wrath. The soul-suppressing seal was like all other soul skills. It used spiritual power as the foundation of the soul skill. It used powerful spiritual power to form a soul imprint that possessed frightening damage. When the soul-suppressing seal was unleashed, it would directly attack a person's spirit and injure their origin. If it was light, their origin would be damaged, and their strength would be affected. If it was serious, their soul would be destroyed, and they would die. Compared to dou qi, soul imprints were more direct and domineering. However, in terms of strength, soul imprints were slightly inferior to dou qi. As the true master of this continent, people's control of dou qi far surpassed their spiritual strength. After all, not everyone was like alchemists and formation masters who were born with a frightening spiritual strength that far exceeded an ordinary person. Naturally, there would be very few people who would have the thought of training their spiritual strength. Although they were inferior, Gu Li and Qi Lin, who were trapped in the god-trapping formation, and Zhongli, who was quite injured in the void, were staring at Xiao Yan with serious expressions on their faces. The gigantic soul-subduing seal was like a giant god as it charged towards Xiao Yan. Its overbearing aura tore through the void. No one in this space believed that they would be able to withstand Mu Han's attack. While this soul-suppressing seal was a human-class soul skill, it was also one of the dou skills that Mu Han was famous for. It had overturned Mu Han's countless past achievements. Almost every single time, the soul-suppressing seal would be of great use to Mu Han in a battle. It had even saved Mu Han's life a couple of times. The current Mu Han possessed the strength of a 9-star half-martial emperor. He could be said to be a true expert. When he used the soul-suppressing seal again, how could an ordinary half-martial emperor possibly withstand its might? Outside the arena, the half-martial emperors stared at the soul-suppressing seal with solemn gazes. Many of them were secretly calculating in their hearts. If they were to face Mu Han's soul-suppressing seal, how confident would they be even if they were at their peak condition? As such, there was no need to mention Xiao Yan, who was currently facing the soul-suppressing seal. Sigh, what a pity. Such a genius. If he wasn't overly arrogant, he wouldn't have ended up in such a state. We should discipline our juniors properly when we return. It's best if they don't follow in his footsteps. Pitiful sighs could be heard from the half-martial emperors outside the arena. They all felt that Xiao Yan was too unreasonable. That was why he had stirred up trouble everywhere. However, they didn't consider that if MOD wasn't unreasonable, so many things wouldn't have happened between him and Xiao Yan. In the end, it even alarmed a 9-star half-martial emperor. In all of this, Xiao Yan was arrogant and overbearing. However, he had his own capabilities. However, MOD was the mastermind behind all of this. Inside the god-trapping array, Qi Lin violently punched the barrier in front of him. The barrier didn't even budge. However, the frightening force that leaked out from his fist rebounded and forced Qi Lin to take a few steps back. Get lost. Cough cough cough. If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have come in. It's useless to say anything now. If we want to blame someone, we can only blame ourselves. We underestimated Mu Han's strength. We thought that with the two of us working together, we would be able to temporarily stall him. Now that I think about it, it's laughable. Hearing Qi Lin's resentful words, Gu Li bitterly sighed. His gaze that was looking at Xiao Yan outside the barrier became increasingly heavy. Qi Lin also looked through the barrier and stared at Mu Han. His eyes rapidly turned cold as he said in a sinister tone, "If something happens to Yan Xiao, we must drag that old baldy Zhou Tai back after we get out of here. I hope that we don't have to look for him." Under such circumstances, even Gu Li and Qi Lin, who were confident in Xiao Yan, couldn't help but feel worried about Xiao Yan. After all, the person that Xiao Yan was facing now was Mu Han. However, compared to the worries of Gu Li and the others, Xiao Yan, who was facing the soul-suppressing seal, appeared unusually calm. It was as if the dangerous giant golden seal in front of him had nothing to do with him. Seeing the giant golden seal in front of him getting closer and closer, Xiao Yan could clearly feel the terrifying aura that it contained. Although his face was distorted and his expression couldn't be seen, Xiao Yan couldn't help but reveal a grave expression in his heart. If he was really hit by this thing, even he wasn't confident that he would be able to survive. However, Xiao Yan didn't intend to retreat. He was waiting for an opportunity. Although it seemed risky, Xiao Yan couldn't help but want to give it a try. This was because if he succeeded, his overall strength would definitely skyrocket. "Hey, kid, you're quite bold. Even at this time, you still want to use him to increase your strength. Do you really think that Mu Han is an ordinary half-step emperor?" Gu Yu guessed Xiao Yan's thoughts and immediately reminded Xiao Yan in a half-joking manner. After hearing Gu Yu's reminder, although Xiao Yan's heart trembled, he still couldn't help but want to give it a try. He was confident that if he succeeded this time, even if he faced a 9-star half-step emperor in the future, he wouldn't be helpless. "I still want to give it a try. As long as you succeed, you'll have the ability to protect yourself when facing a 9-star half-step emperor in the future. If you fail, you'll instantly turn into ashes. Are you sure you want to give it a try?" Gu Yu's reprimanding voice resounded in Xiao Yan's heart again. However, Xiao Yan remained silent. After pondering for a moment, Xiao Yan suddenly raised his head when the golden seal approached him. A strange dark light suddenly flashed in his pitch-black eyes. Then, with a thought, a mysterious and strange pitch-black light suddenly appeared in the void around Xiao Yan's body. Xiao Yan exerted some effort to control it, and it quickly gathered around Xiao Yan's body. The mysterious pitch-black light quickly gathered and condensed into a thin layer of black gauze on the surface of Xiao Yan's body. The black gauze seemed thin, as if it would be damaged by the wind. However, when faced with the strong wind in front of him, the black gauze couldn't help but be astonished. The strange black gauze was lightly draped over Xiao Yan's body. However, the terrifying pressure from the soul-suppressing seal still made it difficult for him to breathe. Xiao Yan tried his best to relax his body and remove all his defenses. He carefully experienced the deep fear that the pressure brought to him. It was said that a person's true potential would only erupt when faced with danger. Today, Xiao Yan wanted to give it a try again. With the strength of a half-step emperor, he wanted to experience the feeling of approaching death again. The void great way was produced in the endless void. The black gauze on Xiao Yan's body was condensed from the void great way's great way power. Over the past period of time, Xiao Yan had gradually become familiar with his control of the great way power. The Great Way gauze was the result of his painstaking effort. However, ever since the sky annihilation step had improved, Xiao Yan no longer had the time to adjust the Great Way gauze. Hence, Xiao Yan didn't understand the true use of the Great Way gauze. The only thing he knew was that the Great Way gauze seemed to be able to completely absorb his aura. As long as he didn't want to, no one could detect Xiao Yan's true strength. Of course, this didn't seem to be of much use in the current battle. However, at this moment, Xiao Yan wasn't using the Great Way gauze to conceal his aura. Instead, he was using the Great Way gauze as a guide to condense the Great Way power in this cycle. Chapter 306. Although Xiao Yan wanted to agglomerate the power of the Great Way for his own use, the difficulty of agglomerating the power of the Great Way had clearly exceeded Xiao Yan's imagination. In the end, the Great Way muslin cloak that covered the surface of Xiao Yan's body did not have any obvious changes. This caused Xiao Yan to feel a little depressed in his heart. At the same time, it also gave him a deeper understanding of the difficulty of agglomerating the power of the Great Way. However, Xiao Yan did not have any time to think about this at the moment. The soul-suppressing seal was already at his head. He needed to face it head-on. The hand under his sleeve carefully controlled the beautiful flaming wheel. The dou-qi in his body was wildly poured into the wheel as if it was free. Xiao Yan did not have any intention of attacking. Instead, he poured all of his spiritual energy into the Great Way muslin cloak on the surface of his body at the same time. The rapid consumption of dou-qi and spiritual energy caused Xiao Yan's aura to swiftly become weak. However, even if this was the case, Xiao Yan did not have any intention of stopping. His eyes stared intently at the soul-suppressing seal in front of him. His eyes were filled with an icy cold murderous intent. In the next moment, just as the soul-suppressing seal was about to land, Xiao Yan finally made his move. His body suddenly shook. A thought flashed across Xiao Yan's mind. The Great Way muslin cloak on the surface of his body immediately released a dark black light that completely wrapped around Xiao Yan's body. The strange dark light merged Xiao Yan's body and aura into the endless dark void. In a short moment, Xiao Yan had actually used an extremely strange method to completely disappear in front of everyone present. Seeing such a strange scene, the half-emperor experts present, including Zhongli, Guli, and the others, all revealed an expression of disbelief and shock when they looked at the void where Xiao Yan had previously been. This Yan Xiao. What exactly happened? Don't tell me that it is that strange agility of his. Impossible. The agility that Yan Xiao displayed earlier was compatible with the charm of the world. When he used it, the wind and clouds would stir. When he disappeared just now, his body was clearly covered by a cluster of black light. This should not be an agility do technique. Instead, it should be a strange secret technique that can hide one's aura. Hearing this old man's analysis, the 10 over half-emperors gathered outside the battleground nodded their heads in agreement. However, in the next moment, everyone had just nodded and thought that Xiao Yan had only used a secret technique to hide his aura. However, the next moment, the following scene caused all of them to be shocked. The soul-suppressing seal. It was like an arrow that had pierced the clouds two's aura. It did not cause any ripples. It was like an arrow like an arrow to the clouds. And when they saw this scene, the expressions on everyone's faces instantly froze. Their stunned expressions were unable to conceal the deep shock in their hearts. That soul-suppressing seal had actually directly swept through the empty space. Then, what about Yan Xiao? At this moment, everyone's hearts were filled with disbelief. The only question in their hearts was how Xiao Yan had managed to snatch the soul-suppressing seal in front of him. How is this possible? How can this little bastard dodge my soul-suppressing seal? On the other side, Mu Han's heart was also filled with shock. He could not understand how Xiao Yan, a mere 3-star half-emperor, was able to dodge the soul-suppressing seal at such a close distance. Even an 8-star half-emperor would not be able to dodge it. This did not make sense. Moreover, not only was Mu Han unable to sense Xiao Yan's exact location with his senses, but even Xiao Yan's aura had completely disappeared from this lightning pool. It was as though Xiao Yan had never been here. Sensing this, Mu Han's old eyes suddenly narrowed. He became even more serious about Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan's strength had actually far exceeded his expectations. Little bastard, come out if you have the ability. Why do you need to hide? I also want to know what kind of secret technique you used to dodge my soul-suppressing seal. Mu Han's ruthless shout reverberated in the sky. However, no one responded even after a long while. This caused anger to rise in Mu Han's heart. With a wave of his sleeve, he looked at Zhongli and shouted coldly, "Let's go. Yan Xiao, since you don't dare to show yourself, I will kill Zhongli first. This will also let others know that you, Yan Xiao, are merely a cowardly and mischievous person who does not know how to repay kindness." As his voice faded, Mu Han's figure moved. He was about to explosively charge towards Zhongli, swoosh. Just as Mu Han's figure moved, a piercing sound of wind breaking rang out behind him. The sound rushed towards his back. Humph, little bastard. You have indeed made your move. The corner of Mu Han's mouth curled into a sneer when he sensed the sharp wind coming from behind him. His body that was about to charge forward suddenly froze. Mu Han's body shook and a golden light flourished behind him. A circular formation with a diameter of nearly 2 meters had already appeared behind Mu Han. King Kong Formation. With a stern shout, the golden light above the formation suddenly shone brightly. Soon after, it violently collided with Mu Han's back. At the same time, Xiao Yan was also forced to reveal himself behind Mu Han. Then, he charged towards Mu Han. Mu Han's method of blackmail was indeed old-fashioned and outdated. However, it had to be said that it was the most effective method at this moment. Furthermore, Xiao Yan was not someone who did not know how to repay kindness. Therefore, he had no choice but to reveal himself. When they saw Xiao Yan reveal himself, those half-martial emperors who were watching the battle from the outside couldn't help but give Xiao Yan a thumbs up. In the current continent, it was rare to see someone like Xiao Yan, who valued friendship and knew how to repay kindness. However, on the other hand, they were also rather fearful of Mu Han's King Kong formation. That was because this King Kong formation was also one of Mu Han's famous consummate skills. Based on Mu Han's confident judgment, unless it was an expert of the same level or higher than him, no one would be able to break through the King Kong formation. Although these words were unavoidably overboard, at the very least, until now, no one below the 9-star half-martial emperor level was able to break through Mu Han's King Kong formation. From this, one could see how powerful the King Kong formation was. Ancient God Seal. The ancient God Seal art seals were the same. When the 5 seals combined, the ancient God Seal was unleashed. Its might covered the sky. A vast golden hand seal was formed in Xiao Yan's palm. Facing Mu Han's formation, Xiao Yan wasn't the slightest bit afraid. He had already expected this. Naturally, he wouldn't hesitate to make his move. As his throat moved, Xiao Yan swallowed an Emperor-grade Qi recovery pill. This was one of the few recovery pills that old fellow Heimu had. Now, it had helped Xiao Yan. After swallowing the pill, Xiao Yan immediately felt a flood of dou qi erupting within his body. The dou qi that he had lost was also rapidly replenished. Xiao Yan's pale complexion also became slightly better. The might of the ancient God Seal in his palm was even stronger than before. An Emperor-grade Qi recovery pill was truly extraordinary. Ancient God Seal. King Kong Formation. King Kong Protection. The two of them let out earth-shattering roars once again. Xiao Yan's palm fiercely landed. Mu Han's body was also rapidly covered by the King Kong Formation. The glazed King Kong Formation was like a thin and long snake that coiled around Mu Han's body. Its protective power made it difficult for anything to get close to Mu Han. Clang! Xiao Yan's ancient God Seal, which was filled with an imposing aura, violently smashed onto Mu Han's body. More accurately speaking, it did not touch Mu Han. Instead, it was intercepted by the King Kong Formation at a spot 2 inches away from Mu Han's body. Chapter 307. What? Xiao Yan was slightly startled. He did not expect Muhan's formation to be so frightening. His ancient god seal was actually unable to get close to it. Humph. Brat, do you think that you can break my King Kong formation with this Do technique of yours? Get lost. Muhan coldly laughed when he sensed Xiao Yan's surprise behind him. His body shook and a huge force pushed Xiao Yan back by 100 feet. Muhan turned around and charged toward Xiao Yan. Muhan was currently protected by the King Kong formation. Xiao Yan's ordinary Do techniques could not even touch him. On the other hand, his King Kong formation was able to suppress Xiao Yan in the most ferocious and overbearing manner. TSK. I thought that you were very capable. It turns out that you are only able to run a little faster. Speed is not the key to victory in a battle. Only strength can dominate a battle. Muhan cried out in disdain. He had completely forgotten the serious attitude he had toward Xiao Yan earlier. Xiao Yan narrowed his eyes. His pitch-black eyes stared at Muhan. His heart was solemn. After the collision earlier, Xiao Yan had a rough understanding of Muhan's King Kong formation. The defense of the King Kong formation was extremely frightening. Although it could not trap an opponent like the God-trapping formation, it could increase one's defense by several times. Xiao Yan's ancient god seal did not even have the ability to activate the King Kong formation. From this, one could see how frightening the King Kong formation was. Xiao Yan frowned as he saw Muhan charging toward him. If he could not break the King Kong formation, he would not be able to attack. If he wanted to seriously injure Muhan, he would have to get close to him. Since I am unable to break your defense from the outside, I will try from the inside. Xiao Yan's eyes hardened as he quietly said in his heart. In the next moment, just as Muhan was about to reach Xiao Yan's feet moved. He instantly executed the sky extinction step. Wind rose and clouds surged. Xiao Yan once again disappeared. Brat, do you only know how to hide? Although Muhan's speed was not slow, he still missed. Immediately, he could not help but curse. Hearing those words, Xiao Yan sneered in his heart. It's one thing for a 9-star half-martial emperor to bully a 3-star half-martial emperor like me. However, you're actually trying to take advantage of your seniority. If I don't dodge, could it be that I'm supposed to just stand there and let you hit me? Not only did Muhan's words cause Xiao Yan to sneer, but the other half-martial emperors also involuntarily let out waves of mocking laughter. This caused Muhan's face to immediately turn green and white, making him look exceptionally ugly. His well-built body was like a piece of empty space. His face was gloomy as he remained silent. Now! Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Yan let out a stern cry in his heart. With a thought, his right arm was once again covered by the purple-gold dragon scales. He clenched his huge dragon claw tightly and Do Qi rapidly gathered in his palm. His body flickered and appeared in front of Muhan. Before the latter could react, a heavy punch with a ferocious aura violently smashed into the King Kong array that was protecting Muhan. Octane Blast. Clang. When the punch landed, Muhan's body swayed slightly as he took 2 steps back. On the other hand, Xiao Yan was pushed back by nearly 1,000 feet by the rebounding force of the King Kong array. Haha, bastard brat. You actually want to break through my defense. Do you really think that it is possible? Ha, if I don't try, how will I know? Xiao Yan merely smiled faintly in the face of Muhan's disdainful ridicule. His eyes narrowed as he once again charged toward Muhan. Octane Blast. Faced with this anti-inflammatory attack, Muhan's face actually revealed an indifferent expression. He stood in his original spot and waited for Xiao Yan's attack. Xiao Yan's eyes were sharp. Do Qi swiftly gathered in his palm and another punch violently smashed into the King Kong array on the surface of Muhan's body. Clang! A crisp sound that resembled the ringing of a bell resounded in the air. The space around Muhan's body started to distort rapidly before it exploded with a loud bang. At the same time, Xiaoyan's body was once again pushed back by nearly 1,000 feet. However, Xiaoyan's body had just paused when he once again stepped into the empty space. He repeatedly used the sky extinction step. The sound of wind rose in all directions within the dark space. Xiaoyan's octane blast continued to bombard the King Kong array. On the other hand, Xiaoyan was repeatedly pushed back by 100 miles. After an unknown period of time, Xiaoyan's face became even paler. A trace of blood also flowed from the corner of his mouth. As he breathed in and out, he could feel a trace of a bloody and sweet smell flowing through his throat. The King Kong array's rebounding force caused Xiaoyan to be injured time and time again. If it was not for the fact that his physical body was not weak, it was likely that Xiaoyan would not be able to stand up. Clang! After being pushed back 100 miles by the King Kong array, Xiaoyan's face became even paler. However, his eyes, which were as calm as an ancient well, were currently filled with a bright radiance. Ha ha ha, brat, even an all-out attack from an 8-star half-martial emperor would not be able to break this old man's King Kong array. Although your overall strength is not weaker than an ordinary 8-star half-martial emperor, you are still merely a 3-star half-martial emperor in front of this old man. If you want to break this old man's King Kong array, you will only be asking for trouble. Mu Han's turbid old eyes were filled with endless ridicule. The corner of his mouth lifted into a cold smile as he stared at Xiaoyan and spoke with disdain. Xiaoyan gently exhaled a breath of air. He swung his somewhat numb right arm. The moment the numbness was removed, his large dragon claw suddenly tightened. The space within his palm was forcefully crushed until it exploded, emitting a soft explosive sound. Xiaoyan slowly raised his head. There was blood at the corner of his mouth and his complexion was pale. At this moment, a gorgeous heavenly flame was burning within his pitch-black eyes. His lips and teeth slightly opened as Xiaoyan let out a loud shout. His voice was like clear thunder as it reverberated endlessly. 8. Extreme. Bang! Every single word entered the hearts of the people present, causing them to be unable to help but frown. These seemingly simple words actually contained a faint oppressive might. What caused them to be even more shocked was that they were actually unable to resist this oppressive might. Humph. Deliberately mystifying things. Mu Han snorted. Evidently, he had absolute confidence in his Vajra formation. He did not believe that anyone below the 9-star half-martial emperor realm would be able to break through his defense. In the sky, Zhong Li's expression was grave as he stared at Mu Han. His expression was slightly worried as he looked at Xiaoyan. Even though Xiaoyan had already given him quite a bit of surprise, he was still unable to believe that Xiaoyan actually wanted to break through Mu Han's Vajra formation. Not to mention Xiaoyan, even he, who was already half a step into the realm of half-martial emperor, was unable to break through it. Clang! Another loud sound rang out. This time, Xiaoyan was not sent flying. Although some blood gushed out from his mouth, Xiaoyan stood in front of Mu Han without retreating an inch. Seeing that Xiaoyan had not retreated even after vomiting blood, Mu Han immediately sneered. His cold gaze looked down at Xiaoyan from top to bottom as he sneered and said, "This old man has already said that it's impossible for you to break through my Vajra formation, octane collapse, explode." Before Mu Han's voice sounded, Xiaoyan's face was filled with a ruthless expression as he suddenly shouted out. In the next instant, a terrifying hidden energy suddenly erupted from the Vajra formation that was protecting Mu Han. It was as if a pre-buried mine had been lit at this moment, causing it to explode with a loud bang. Mu Han's expression changed slightly. From his perception, he could sense that the energy of the Vajra formation was rapidly decreasing. Although it was not enough to break the formation, it was the first time in many years that Mu Han had seen something like this. Of course, Mu Han was not the only one who was incomparably shocked. Those who had also sensed the change in energy of the Vajra formation also had a drastic change in their expressions. Their hearts were filled with incomparable shock. They did not expect that Mu Han's Vajra formation, which was practically unbreakable by anyone, would actually lose its luster in front of Xiaoyan. Humph. Little bastard, you have quite a few tricks up your sleeves. Looks like this old man needs to be a little more serious with you. Mu Han coldly cried out. Just as he was about to attack, Xiao Yan was a step ahead of him. With a wave of his large sleeve, countless transparent jade bottles flew out and continuously bombarded the Vajra formation. The energy fog that they brought about blocked Mu Han's vision and bought Xiao Yan an instant of time. If you want to kill me, do so in your next life. Break! An extremely cold and stern cry sounded out. Xiao Yan's right fist once again bombarded the Vajra formation. This time around, the strength of his fist had actually far surpassed the previous one. The instant Xiao Yan's fist was thrown out, a puff sound was emitted. Following the friction of the wild wind, a beautiful, heavenly flame flew out and dyed his entire right arm into a heavenly flame dragon arm. Boom! The fist landed and the space shook. In the end, the Vajra formation in front of him was not broken. However, Xiao Yan's face did not reveal a grave expression. Instead, he gradually revealed a cold smile. Now is the time. Ha! Xiao Yan once again emitted an earth-shaking stern cry as he withdrew his right fist. His left arm, which had not moved all this while, was finally lifted abruptly at this moment. His long sleeve slid down, revealing his white palm. At this moment, a beautiful flame wheel with a restrained glow and its sharpness was slowly rotating on Xiao Yan's left palm. The flame wheel was like a fire circle that rotated in reverse. In the middle of the fire circle, there was a thumb-sized pitch-black light spot. As the flame wheel rotated, the faint aura that was emitted from it caused one to feel a sense of horror. The moment the flame wheel appeared, the expressions of everyone in this space instantly changed. Before they could recover, Xiao Yan's left palm had already controlled the flame wheel and ruthlessly imprinted it on the Vajra formation in front of him. Angry Buddha reincarnation. Break! Another low cry sounded. Before the flame wheel in Xiao Yan's hand could completely explode, the Vajra formation, which had been formed by the Vajra formation, had already shattered with a bang. Immediately after, Mu Han recovered from his shock. Just as he withdrew his gaze and focused on Xiao Yan, a strange flame wheel the size of a wash basin came flying towards him. The instant Mu Han saw this flame wheel, his expression changed abruptly. The feeling that this flame wheel gave him actually caused him to feel a deep sense of unease in the depths of his heart. This was a feeling that he had never felt even when he was facing a 9-star half-emperor. However, before Mu Han could completely recover, the thumb-sized pitch-black light spot in the middle of the flame wheel flickered slightly. With a thought from Xiao Yan, a pitch-black energy light pillar with a diameter of nearly 1,000 feet instantly shot out furiously and ruthlessly bombarded Mu Han's body.